We are now ready to begin the regular meeting of the Richmond Housing Authority. We'll start with the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Roll call.
Councilmember Bonner will be absent due to illness. Councilmember Vice Mayor Jimenez will also be absent the entire meeting. Councilmember McLaughlin.
Here.
Councilmember Robinson.
Here.
Councilmember Willis.
Commissioner Willis is here.
You're right. Sorry. Commissioner Willis. Commissioner Zepeda.
He's here, I'm here. We'll go here.
Chair Martinez.
Here.
Attending Commissioner Scott.
Here.
The next item is statement of conflict of interest. Are there any? Hearing none. Our next item is agenda review. All right, hearing no changes.
No changes.
Our next item is Housing Authority Open Forum. We do not have any requests to address the commission. And next on the agenda is approval of the consent calendar.
Do we have a motion?
I motion.
Right, motion from Commissioner Scott. A
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Willis. Roll call.
Commissioner McLaughlin.
Yes.
Commissioner Robinson.
Yes.
Commissioner Willis.
Yes.
Commissioner Zepeda.
Yes.
Attending Commissioner Scott.
Yes.
And Chair Martinez.
Yes.
The motion passes.
And just for the record, the motion was to approve standing purchase order for maintenance, repair, and unit turnover activities for public housing sites.
Yes.
Right. So it is now time for adjournment. And the beginning of the next item, our meeting. And thank you, Commissioner Scott. It's always a pleasure to have you here with us.
It was a pleasure seeing you at the last meeting.
Okay, so this is the regular meeting of the Richmond City Council. Roll call, please.
For the record, Councilmember Bonner is absent due to illness, and Vice Mayor Jimenez will be absent also. Councilmember McLaughlin.
Here.
Councilmember Robinson.
Here.
Councilmember Willis.
Here.
Councilmember Zepeda.
Here.
And Mayor Martinez.
Here.
All right. Our next item is statement of conflict of interest. Are there any?
Councilmember Robinson.
Yeah. So I'm actually unsure if this is a conflict of interest, but I just wanted to bring it forward, and that is item V4C, the EPA challenge grant. So in my other job, we are also applying for the same grant, so I feel like it's better if I recuse myself.
Which item is that?
V4C.
B4C. B like 4.
V as in Valentine.
Yes.
4C.
I think just for optics sake, it's wise that you do that. So for V, 4C, Councilmember Robinson will not be voting.
Okay. All right. Our next item is agenda review, and I do have a correction to item V like Victor 12A. The Rent Board adopted its budget on Friday, June 28th, and lowered the rental housing fees by $1. So on item V12A, The recommended action should read, adopt a resolution establishing the fiscal year 2024 through 2025 residential rental housing fee in the amount of $238 per controlled rental unit and $135 per partially covered rental units. And that is an item that's on the consent calendar.
Okay, so noted.
That's it. No more changes?
Okay. And,
Okay. Our next item is a report from the city attorney of final decisions made during closed session.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. In closed session this evening, we convened at 3 p.m. It's a long closed session, and we covered a majority of our closed session agenda, C1, C2, except for Agress v. City of Richmond wasn't discussed. One case for C3 was discussed, and then we did not discuss C4, and C5 was discussed. Out of all the discussions, there's no reportable action at this time.
All right, our next item is a report from the city manager.
Good evening, Mayor Martinez and members of the City Council and Richmond Community. KCRT, can you please put up the slide deck? And Sharon Taylor, Director of HR, and LaShonda White, Deputy City Manager, will have a few remarks as well. Next slide, please. So this evening, I'm going to keep it very brief and shorter than usual. I just wanted to share that tomorrow is 3rd of July. Next slide. And we want to make sure that everyone comes out by 5 p.m. to Marina Bay Park. Our community services staff will be there. We will have music and activities for the whole family, as well as food for purchase. And we are looking forward to a lovely time on our waterfront. And we anticipate that fireworks will start at 9:15 p.m. Next slide. Wanted to make sure that everyone is aware that we are in an excessive heat watch starting today. There are 2 designated cooling centers in Richmond, Nevin Park Outdoor Resiliency Hub, which is at 589 Nevin Avenue, will open on Wednesday, July 3rd from 11 a.m. to 5 p.m. And also there's the county Employment and Human Services Building at 1305 McDonald Avenue, which is open today through Friday, July 5th from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. If you'd like additional information regarding cooling centers to be open throughout the county, they're available for view on the county's dashboard, and you can always call the city manager's office at 510-620-6512. Next slide. And also want to make sure that people are aware in our community. This is very important. The wait list for Contra Costa County Housing Authority that's currently open for project-based vouchers has been extended. The deadline has been extended to July 18th. And so want to thank our Housing Authority staff and other staff that have been available to assist people needing support in completing the application process, because it is rather extensive. You can come here in person on Thursday, July 11th from 8 a.m. to noon, Friday from 12 p.m. to 5 p.m., and Monday from 12 p.m. to 5 p.m. here at 450 Civic Center Plaza. And we will be providing hands-on support to make sure that we get people in our community who are in need of affordable housing registered. And so I want to thank staff for the work that they're doing regarding that. And with that, I will turn it over to Ms. White to acknowledge our amazing Reimagining Public Safety Community Task Force.
Thank you, City Manager Curl. KCRT, if you could please pull up the slide deck. Good evening, everyone. LaShonda White, Deputy City Manager for Community Services, and I wanted to just take an opportunity to celebrate and thank the Reimagining Public Safety Community Task Force for all of their work. So this is a picture from our last meeting. They actually sunsetted 4 years of hard work, and the sunset was this past Wednesday. So we celebrated, had a great time, and this is a picture from the last meeting with staff. Next slide, please. We love metrics, so we thought these were a little fun. Over 44 months, the task force had 44 meetings, which means they met for 6,609 minutes and 110 hours. total, there's been 28 members that have been part of the task force. They have provided monthly city council reports. They have held 9 community forums. They've had 5 subcommittees. They have submitted 4 main proposals that were approved by city council for 4 intervention areas. They have almost met for 4 years, and it's 1 task force. Next slide. Just some pictures. They started meeting during COVID, so we had a lot of meetings during COVID, and we got to finally meet in person years later after they actually met. So just some pictures here. Next slide. They've done a lot of work. They have been involved in community, helping with clothes giveaways for the unhoused community. They've had community conversations, highlighting some of the intervention areas that they're proposing. They had community roundtable conversations when they were beginning to develop the different proposals to engage community and share ideas around mental health, homelessness, police processes. They actually held a community summit in 2023, inviting community members out, talking about everything from traffic safety to poverty reduction strategies. Next slide. Here are the 4 intervention areas that the committees got together to really promote. And one was unhoused interventions. The other was community crisis response, Youth Works, and the Office of Neighborhood Safety. And so for all of these, for Youth Works and ONS, it was about expansion. So expanding the work that both of those departments were already doing to make sure they could serve more youth or serve more populations. Unhoused intervention was able to support SOS Richmond in providing services and also help expand other services to the unhoused community. And then for community crisis response, we were able to start a brand new department. And in this picture, you see pictures of our new community crisis program manager, Michael Romero, out and about at Juneteenth, as well as talking with some A3 staff at the Gun Violence Summit. Next slide. Wanted to just thank all the task force members. So you saw a slide with some of the people from the task force, but over 4 years, we've had people come and go. We actually have 2 members that have stayed for the full 4 years, Chair Deborah Small and Kristen Killian Lobos. They've only missed 2 meetings in 4 years, so I think that is absolutely amazing. But these are a list of all of the different task force members that have been present. Next slide. Also just want to give special thanks to all the staff. And so we have community services staff, we have Office of Neighborhood Safety, community crisis response, employment and training with Youth Works, community development that's supporting the unhoused work. We also have support from various city staff, including Stephanie Nye and Guadalupe Morales. They have pictures here because they deserve a really, really special shout out and thank you. They have been a part of the task force in helping to put together agendas and supporting all events that the task force has decided to have. They've been at every meeting. And I just really am thankful to them for their support and work. We've also had support from Allison Flowers, who's been an attorney that's been present at the meetings. Urban Strategies Council is an outside consultant helping to develop the community crisis response program, and just a variety of other folks. So we just thank people tremendously for all of their work. Last slide. This is the task force, their last meeting, and I also just want to highlight, lift up, Don Gosney is holding a program for Steve Bischoff, who was one of our members who actually passed away. He fell and had an incident at one of our meetings and passed away, but we wanted to still have him as part of the picture because he really was a tremendous asset. And so we are just celebrating. I want to thank all the task force members for all of their amazing work. Thank you to the City Council as well. Thank you.
And I would like to thank LaShonda because she did a great job.
Thank you.
Okay, good evening, Mayor, City Council members. Sharon Taylor, Human Resources Director. I'm happy to share with you our new hires for last month. KCRT, can you please bring up the PowerPoint? So for June 2024, this is our new employee and promotion report. Next slide, please. June, Jose Garcia, Associate Administrative Analyst, Public Works. Adam Kuna, Paralegal, City Attorney's Office. Beth Arnese, Senior Assistant City Attorney in the City Attorney's Office. Jordan Nesbitt, Administrative Assistant, Economic Development. Radwan Omer, Recreation Program Aide, Community Services Recreation. Nicholas Beard, Recreation Program Aide, Community Services. Cordell Benton, Recreation Program Aide, Community Services. Cecilia Tiles, Lifeguard, Community Services. Dominique Duo, Lifeguard, Community Services. Cassandra Casillas, Recreation Program Aide, Community Services. Dayanara Gomez Alvarado, Recreation Program Aide, Community Services. Roman Cortez, Recreation Program Aide, Community Services. Uriel Hernandez, Recreation Program Leader, Community Services. Lamar Johnson, Recreation Program Aide, Community Services. Mauricio Garcia Franco, Police Officer Trainee in our Police Department. Christopher Ponce, Maintenance Aide 2, Public Works. Opal Franklin, Office Clerk Cashier, Community Services. Nestor Alvarado, Lifeguard, Community Services. Jakarian Manchester, Recreation Program Leader, Community Services. And we have a few promotions last month. Yana Williamson, Management Analyst in Economic Development. Joseph England, Police Lieutenant in the Police Department. Savannah Stewart, Police Sergeant in the Police Department. And thank you for your time.
Thank you. I'm really happy to see that we're gearing up for the summer programs. So it's really, really great to see so many hires in the Recreation Department.
Next item. Our next item is reports of officers, referrals to staff, and general reports, including AB 1234 reports.
Councilmember Robinson?
So I'm going to try to go quickly. So first off, I wanted to just report back on the Historical Preservation Commission. I think that after a long, long run, they finally came to a good compromise on an ongoing issue oh boy. With the kiln and chimney at Brickyard Cove, and that was just a long discussion, a long issue, and coming to a compromise is not always easy, especially in commissions in those formats. So I just wanted to applaud the commission for actually coming to a compromise that both serves historical preservation and the community. And also report back that during this term, we had a great responsive volunteer day on the Wellness Trail on Marina Way. There were a lot of complaints from community members because the Wellness Trail had a lot of weeds and such in it. And at the time, we don't have the staffing that we need from public services to be able to properly maintain that space. So the city and a nonprofit organization worked together to bring a volunteer day, and they weeded that whole stretch for almost 3 blocks of weeded space. So now it's beautiful flowers again. And just wanted to say that there are going to be 2 more volunteer days because they weren't able to weed the whole stretch. It's a 6-block stretch. So we're going to do another part on July 20th. And try to do the opposite side of the street in front of the houses that are on the eastern side of the street. They also have a stretch on August 24th. So if you want to come out and join us, there were 16 community members that came to help make that happen. So please join us. You know, it's a great asset in the community. You want to keep it nice. And just lots of thanks to the team from Public Works that did come out to support the volunteers. They brought mulch, they had the big trucks. We filled a full dump truck of weeds and trash. So thank you so much for that. And then just also wanted to say that one of the things I was really proud of last week was that we did a celebration of Juneteenth by a formal raising of the flag here at Civic Center. It was really just an honor to observe our Freedom Day and to have here lots of great comments from the Black Legacy Project, Historical Legacy Project, and the folks, and to just honor the folks that put on Juneteenth, the festival. So hopefully we make that more and more formal every year, make sure that we're observing and taking time for that date. Yeah, that's it. Thank you so much.
Councilmember Cepeda.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just want to say thank you to Councilman Robinson for having that great event at the Wellness Trail. I was able to go in there for just a little bit, but I was there. It was a hot day. Like, you picked the hottest weekend, but it was good. We also had the Point Richmond Music Festival this last Friday, and we're going to be having it every last Friday of the month for the next 2 months. It was a huge showing. I'm not going to say how many people, but there was a lot of people there. Great music. So if you missed it, you still have the opportunity to come back out again. The event is growing and growing, and it was really great. We're also having the Parchester mural. We're getting closer to the end, so we're about halfway there. The next event is going to be Saturday, July 13th. So it's the last 3 Saturdays of July. So the 13th, 20th, and the 27th. It's a really, really great event. So come out and put your little painting on in history, because we're painting the largest mural in Richmond's history with over 80 panels. And it's a really great fun time. And speaking of art, for those of you that are in the chambers today, you're going to see new artwork on our walls. Our walls are no longer just empty. We now have art again, and we're going to continue having it. These are artists that were at the Richmond, at the RAC Richmond Art Center. Their art, some of their art came over here. So it was an easy partnership to be able to bring them over. We're going to have, during Q4 of the year, we're going to have another exhibit for our youth. And then also in Q4, in the month of December, we're going to be displaying our sister cities' art from our sister Regla. Their art is going to be exposed here. So you see some there on the video now. But come out and look. The art will be up for next couple of months. That is it for now. Thank you.
Anyone else? Melvin? I'm sorry, Councilmember Willis.
Just Melvin at the end of the day anyway. Yeah, the thing that I wanted to report out real quick, I know I talked about it on social media, but never really had a chance to do it here, so hey, I'm going to do it here. So I think folks are aware of this, but we do have a Richmond tool lending library. It's open once a week, 1 to 5 at the Richmond Rec Center, 3230 McDonald Avenue. As long as you're a Richmond resident and have a library card and return the tools intact, you're pretty much good to go. But after the conversation we had about our medians, I just felt the spirit and went and bought a weed whacker, got a rake, and ended up clearing the medians off of Pennsylvania Avenue. I wish I could claim all 4 of them, but I can only claim 3 because Public Works seen me and they cleaned the last one while I was there working on the 3rd one with a volunteer, which was great. And actually looks nicer, and I know a few folks down there were very appreciative of it, so just want to say thank you for those that did come out to help out and bring me supplies, and thank you to Richmond Tool Library. I know I'm looking at the overpass on Pennsylvania Avenue, seeing that it's overgrown, so thinking about what I'm going to do when I feel the spirit again in the next 3-4 weeks or so, but I'll let y'all know. And I ended up attending out here in the Civic Center Plaza. I believe it was last Thursday. There was a partnership between the City of Richmond, some community-based organizations in the county, where there was just a bunch of services here available in the plaza. And one of the things that I got to talk to the Public Defenders Association about was their Clean Slate program that they were actually doing there the day of too, which I thought was just awesome just to have that there and very accessible. And the final thing I'll report on is I've recently, this is a dual-edged sword. Our parking enforcement along the 23rd Street corridor is doing an amazing job. I see them there every day, and I've also heard about people upset about some of the tickets that they got. But some of the folks that I'm showing more sympathy about and just want to put this on the city's radar is the terraces at Nevin. A bunch of those folks utilize the street parking in order to park, and they've actually been hit for parking on the street for overlaps of time. A lot of the folks that I talk to are seniors, so I believe they're not trying to be mobile, and there's really not that many places for them to park around that area. So I am discussing with them about connecting with us in our city programs, because I know we do have like a parking permit sticker program for certain areas of the city of Richmond. I want to get them involved in that. And something I've been meaning to mention, but we always have so much happening, I want to get an update and also put it on Public Works' radar that the overpass on Pennsylvania Avenue, the lights have been out for quite a while. I know we have a project to upgrade that entire area that we just allocated money to even last year, but I have been getting complaints about the lights being out and want to see what we need to do in the short term, or if that's going to be more of one of those long-term issues that we need to work out, but did at least want to bring it up in this report. And that's all for now. Back to you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember McLaughlin.
Yes, I just have a couple of things to report on. First of all, I want to thank Samantha Carr for working with myself and with community groups like ACE and other community groups that are involved in the clean energy and home decarbonization project. Right now, working on a grant, and there will be some community meetings, I believe, coming up. The dates haven't been established yet. I also want to thank Lena Velasco, who is on a much-earned vacation right now, but she has worked with some shoreline advocates and myself and a consultant on a sea level, on a grant for our, what is it called? Sea level rise adaptation and resiliency plan. So Lena has done a great job along with the consultants on that. And there are plans for a summit on September 28th, which will be a sea level rise summit, likely here in the chambers. That's I think that's a Saturday, yeah. And so it will be a hybrid meeting. So put that on your calendar, September 28th. I think it's in the afternoon. And more details on that to come. And that's all I have.
Good. Thank you. And I would like to thank council and staff for putting up with my grumpiness during my 2-week illness with the flu. So thank you so much for allowing me to be a little less than myself. I also want to thank Vice Mayor Claudia Jimenez for doing a great job of chairing the meeting when I was in my absence. I did have the chance to go to Baltimore, Maryland for a conference that was offered by the Bloomberg Philanthropies. Bloomberg has been very generous to this city. They put us through a leadership training for a year, and we're reaching the end of it. And so there's more to come, and I'm eagerly looking forward to working more with the Bloomberg Philanthropies. And with that, we'll move on to the next item.
Our next item is open forum, and this is an opportunity to give comments to the council on items that remain on the consent calendar or items that are not on the agenda. You'll be limited to 2 minutes. We ask that you keep your comments respectful. We'll call the 15 speakers that are in person, and then we'll move on to the speakers that are online. If you'd like to address the council under open forum, please raise your hand at this time. So I'll call your name, please come forward. We have Don Gosney, Patricia Perez, Rick Perez, Cordell Hindler, Andrew Bassick, Vanessa Calloway, and Kimberly Graves. Don Gosney.
You know, since the dawn of time, our elected leaders have sworn an oath that one way or the other says that they will represent each and every one of us. This doesn't mean that they get to choose which constituents they should represent and which they should ignore. This doesn't mean they get to choose which of their constituents they should listen to and which they should close their minds to. This doesn't mean they get to choose which of their constituents they should choose to respect and which they should show disdain and respect for. Of course, some of us live in the real world. We know fully well that when we rise to address our elected representatives, some will actually listen while others merely tolerate the noise for 2 minutes. What's bothersome, though, is when our elected representatives go on record showing their lack of respect and their disdain when their constituents rise to speak. I've been physically accosted, my computer equipment vandalized by friends of the council with no effort by them to protect me. And just a couple of meetings back, I rose to speak about a consent calendar item. When my name was called, one council member forgot that her microphone was live and uttered a comment of disdain and disrespect. She had no idea what I might say because I hadn't even gotten to the lectern yet. She seemed to be upset that she even had to listen to my 2 minutes as if there was absolutely nothing I could say that she might be interested in listening to. A couple of weeks ago, this council member made a snide and disparaging comment on an open mic. Since no one had any idea what I might say, I have to assume that the contemptuous comment about me was personal. The acting mayor had to reach over and turn off the open mic, but before the mic was silenced, the public heard the comment. I started receiving texts and emails immediately, shocked that an elected representative would go live on TV and the internet, showing off how much this council member would rather I just crawl in a corner and die, that I would stop bothering the council with my presence and comments they simply do not want to hear. Most of us know how much contempt many members of the council have for anyone that might disagree with them, but this is the first time I can recall an elected representative here in Richmond publicly confirming this contempt. Sadly, this is just as this happened on October 24th and May 21st, no other member of this council stepped forward to stand up for one of the constituents they swore to represent. Thank you.
Patricia Perez.
Richmond Police Department, under the leadership of Chief Bisa French, is making a lot of improvements. However, in the May 5th quasi-guest police brutality encounter, he was brutalized by a 15-year veteran police officer, Sergeant Alexander Crane, together with Officer Nicholas Remick. Crane is one of two officers who on June 28th shot and killed Kevin McDonald while serving a search warrant. But as in the unjustifiable killing in 2014 of P.D. Perez, who had no weapon, by another police officer, Richmond police officer, Contra Costa County District Attorney at the time, Mark Peterson, then followed by Diana Beckton, both declined to file charges against the killer cop, Wallace Jensen. Using the lame excuse, no jury of 12 would find the police officer guilty. That is the sad state of our judicial system, in which if a DA thinks they will not win, instead of charging a killer cop and let the jury decide whether the cop is guilty or not, they refuse to prosecute them at all. Killing is forever. Police brutality must be stopped. It's fair to say it's obvious the Richmond Police Department still has got a lot of work to do. Thank you.
Rick Perez.
Hi, everybody. I think most of you know that we've been working on getting the street name changed for my son. And apparently there's a hiccup with, well, Sohaila was supposed to be here, but she said she couldn't make it. And she said some hiccup was going on with either the city manager or city clerk or someone, that the procedure needs to be followed exactly. So anyway, I was hoping, I think I got all your guys' support on this. And actually, just now, my wife was admitted into the hospital for monitoring her brain tumors, but she insisted I be here to address you guys. So, so that's why as soon as I get done here, I'm going to beeline it over to her. But this is how important this is to us. I also wanted to mention. Safe Return Project here in Richmond had a loss of a day. Teshanger, I think her last name is. She was a tremendous help for us, and as the safe return was as well, and my nephew who needed her services. She was a guiding force for him as well. So I just wanted to make sure she was mentioned today. So again, I hope we get your guys' support. I hope this happens fairly soon. I know you guys are going on a break, but please, whatever anyone could do, I'd appreciate it, because my wife's health is declining fairly quickly. Thank you.
Cordell Handler?
So, good evening, Mayor Martinez, council members. I have 3 points to bring to your attention. So, number one, if you recall, when Councilmember McLaughlin has brought an item forward to direct staff to work with WCC USD staff on scheduling a joint meeting, that needs to occur because your constituents are very curious to find out why the city nor the district there's not been no collaboration, because I am a product of the school system and I have nieces and nephews who are in the school district, and they are very curious to find out why the district and the city are not collaborating, because this is a very serious matter, because I'm hoping and I'm praying that this item needs to be put on one of the next 3 agendas when y'all return in September. That's one. The second issue is that I go out to near the auditorium and I see them weeds are getting taller by the minute, and I'm like, and I have seen people have tripped over those weeds, and it's a health hazard. Need I remind the council that that is fire season? Them weeds keep getting more taller, and it's going to be dangerous, because people like me, I have tripped on those things and nothing has seemed to be done. So I'm hoping that the budget that y'all just passed needs to be allocated, to have some gardeners to come cut those weeds. That's 2. And then the final issue is that at the last meeting, I was very, very appalled that city staff has to sit here till 12:30 at night to present on their item. No, that's wrong. Let me remind you what Henry Gardner once said: treat your city staff with respect. So I'm gonna make sure that you treat your staff with respect, because I guarantee I'll be back in September fully vim and bigger. So that's it.
Andrew Bassett?
Good evening, Mayor Martinez, council members. My name is Andrew Bassick. I'm a partner at the law firm Hanson Bridget. I've been lead counsel for the Stead and Hanley's dealerships in the Measure U litigation that's on the consent calendar for settlement tonight. First of all, I'd like to thank the council. I'd like to thank the ad hoc committee, the city attorney, for their work on reaching this settlement deal. It's been hard work to get to it, and thank you all for that work. There's one item that's in that settlement agreement that one of my clients, the Stead Group, asked me to address, and that is a very sizable late penalty for the payment of taxes this year for last year's Measure U taxes 1 month late when the date was changed from July to April without their knowledge. And, I'm not going to get into it, but they were not aware of it. As soon as they became aware of it, they paid the taxes. These, although there are big shiny buildings that are up there on the hill, these are small family-owned businesses. Michael Stead passed away in the end of 2023. And so things were a little bit amiss. The dealership, I understand, had to go to the probate court to get an order to get that money released to pay those taxes. Acknowledge they're late, but in the midst of trying to get this case settled, I'd hope that the council could remember that there is a very, all of these dealerships paid the taxes that were due under the current version of Measure U that's about to be changed on time and under protest, and that a large portion of the overpayment versus the current, settlement scheme is going to be retained by the city. Adding that late fee on top of all of that is leaving a bad taste in my client's mouth at a time when I think we should be all happy and walking away with a good feeling. So I'd ask you to, if you have to pull this from the consent calendar, have a conversation about it, or however you have to deal with it, to please
Your
either
time has
waive or
expired.
exclude the late fee from the settlement. Thank you very much.
Vanessa Callaway.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. First, I want to say thank you to Council Member Doria and City Manager Curl. Way to Love put in a termination for our contract, which ends July 31st this year. And Council Member Doria and City Manager are the only two people that responded to us. So I just want to say thank you for that. I came up here to address Robert Lenhart last week came and said that the city of Richmond and Way to Love owed him money. That is not true. It's the city of Richmond and another organization under the Castro contract, which was the Housing Navigator, that in this transition with transitioning ERF1 participants to ERF2, there's some transitioning in the funding, and the organization is responsible for his payments. All payments that were due to him at that time have been made. So Way to Love, and I believe that it was just a mishap. I don't think it was done out of ill will. We're very appreciative of Mr. Lenhart opening up his properties and allowing our loved ones to come in and to have that second chance. And so we have placed many people in his units as well as in other units across. And so we're working diligently to make sure that the 75 people that is currently on the master list is receiving the necessary support that they need and that they deserve. And so we send our prayers to whomever the board or the council brings in next to finish out the work. Thank you again for the opportunity to serve Richmond.
Our next speaker is Kimberly Graves. And will the following individuals please come forward? Mark Wasberg, Ken Wolge-Chafin, Michelle Magoon, Esperanza Panada, Caitlin Powell, Michelle Mylan, Amanda Mahan, and our last in-person speaker will be Raymond Landry. Kimberly Graves.
Thank you. Again, my name is Kimberly Graves. I am what I would consider myself to be a mom and pop landlord. I am coming here to bring forward to you again the plight that we are under with this new rent board or rent control ordinance. I think it's great that we're wanting to help those less fortunate. I was one of those that did that. My tenant was paying $2,500 a month. For the past 20 years, she's been a tenant, and she's only been increased by $775 in 20 years. So a lot of us have the liberal heart that want to help, but when you add a bureaucracy that is going to give themselves an increase, the general counsel is getting a raise of $40,000 this year. Other members, the executive director, Nick Traylor, is giving himself a $16,000 raise this year. However, as a landlord with a $2,500 monthly rent, I get 1.5%, which is $37.08 as a yearly raise. That is ridiculous. It's almost as if this rent board ordinance with the executive director to the general counsel to the staff attorney, who all, by the way, gave themselves at least $20,000 is average of a raise, except for the general counsel that gets $40,000. But you give the mom and pop landlords $37, who, by the way, I was already being generous. And then on top of that, I am not being allowed to move back into my own home. I think that you guys need to revisit what your morality is in terms of how you're treating us, because a lot of us would not want to stay in business with Richmond based on what's happening at this point. Thank you.
Mark Wasberg.
That was Joe Biden at the presidential debate, walking up to the podium. Then he started speaking, going, And Trump looked at him and said, what the hell are you talking about? I can't understand the word you're saying. And Biden has a special gift that he went to Normandy to talk to the dead troops. Boy, what a smart guy, huh? And everybody was just looking at this moron. He was just going like this, going, huh, huh, huh. Oh, that's not true. Then his wife goes, oh, gee, honey, you really aced it. I said, you answered every question, Joe. I said, you're just fantastic. And everybody was just looking and laughing. You could see on the internet a dog doing tricks. She goes, oh, yeah, Joe, you're doing a great thing. And now the Iranian government, Iran is running scared because Trump says, I'm going to bomb the hell out of you. And he's going to do it, too. He's going to annihilate that country, annihilate the Houthis, and everybody's running scared. And Joe Biden, he wanted to debate. Well, that no good son of a bitch got a debate. And you think the Democratic Party's done. They won't win the White House. And you think that stupid idiot, that vagina, Kamala Harris is going to beat Trump? You think that Gavin Newsom, that fag-living governor, is going to beat Trump? It ain't going to happen. Because all you liberals are in for a good awakening. Because Trump ain't going to fuck around. He's going to be kicking some ass. And if I was Trump, I'd go after that fat son of a bitch, Alan Bragg, and these other two idiots that went after him, try to put him away. See, this is what communist countries do. Because they know they're scared, and this woke crap is gone. Yeah, I know what you're going to try to do, Holmes. You try to cut me
Time
off.
is expired, Mark.
You tried to say that was a bunch of nonsense last
Our next speaker is Ken Woolgy Chafin.
That bitch right there was talking about God.
All right, that's enough.
Woolgy Chafin. Go.
We're good?
Go ahead.
Okay. Good evening, City Council. Thank you for allowing me to talk in front of you here. My family and close family has been here 20 years, working and living in Richmond. And I'm proud to say that I'm actually a Chevron employee, and I want to actually set some, I want to do a little bit of fact checking here and set straight some fake news that was presented to you and voters in the June 18th session. Let's talk about air quality, for example. So it was told that the refinery is responsible for the particulate matter emissions. If you look around you, how many vehicles do we have on the highways surrounding Richmond? That's the real contributor. Secondly, it was said, oh, Chevron's not a safe place to work. And I'm going to say right now, if it wasn't, I wouldn't be working there as long as I have. And Chevron contributes millions of dollars to the community. I personally commit my personal time doing volunteer work, as do my friends. I was horrified to see the oil tax put on the ballot for November. It's very unjust. It takes away funds which we need to maintain equipment in our refinery that keeps it running safely and cleanly providing fuels we need here in the Bay Area. It takes away money that's already being donated to the community in actual planned projects. It's not a slush fund, which is what you're creating. It will increase the cost of living for all Richmond residents, and the cost of living is already high here in the Bay Area. So armed with these facts, I know that my family, friends, loved ones, and people I know, and who are in the know, will be voting no in November on this oil tax. I also encourage anyone who is watching this and voting to do the same. Thank you.
Michelle Magoon.
Good evening, Richmond City Council, and thank you so much for your time. My name is Michelle McEwen, and I am an Employee Communications Advisor for Chevron's Richmond Refinery. I grew up in the city of Richmond, and I care about air quality here in West Contra Costa. That's why I'm proud that our Richmond Refinery has invested in the facility through its modernization project. I was in long discussions with Andrea Bailey back in 2012 about this. And has since reduced its particulate matter emissions by nearly 40% since 2018. The proposed refining tax will reduce our ability to invest in projects such as this. So if improving air quality is in fact one of the goals, then the measure needs to ensure accountability that those funds will be spent toward that goal. And we need to be looking at the full picture of factors impacting air quality. Per the Bay Area Air Quality Management District, 85% of particulate matter emissions in the San Pablo, Richmond area come from regional and not local sources. The Air District's 2024 Path to Clean Air Plan also identifies vehicles and trucks as the highest contributors to residential exposure to particulate matter 2.5, chronic health index, and the cancer risks. Additionally, the Air District states that studies have found that most people are exposed to a large amount of particulate matter when they are indoors. Also, recently there was a scientific journal published, Atmospheric Environment, that found 4th of July fireworks or 3rd of July fireworks can introduce 42% more PM 2.5 emissions into the air than are found on an average day. It's important to consider the many factors that impact air quality when discussing ways to improve it, and I really hope that we all can work together to find solutions. Specifically at our refinery, we are looking to reduce our emissions through
Your time has
projects
expired.
that modernize emissions. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Esperanza Pineda, followed by Caitlin Powell.
To the mayor and the council member, good evening. I'm Esperanza Pineda. I was a Richmond resident. My siblings, my son are living in Richmond, city of Richmond. That makes Richmond near and dear to my heart. I was born and raised in the Philippines, and as an immigrant I had a hard time to start my life here in a foreign country of mine. Luckily, Chevron hired me and start my career. On my way up on my career, I did find Chevron always puts priority on people and its culture. 26 years passed when I first hired. I said this is the best thing that happened to myself, and 26 plus years I'm still doing the same thing. We do a lot of community hours in City of Richmond. We look always, by myself, I look forward of engaging to our community, to our neighbor. We do a lot of little things, and every event that we do, we always make friends. And those are the things that we look forward to. Chevron is a great company. It's a well-inclusive and diverse place, and that makes us all fit into the role that we're doing. I'm standing here in front of you just to let you know that the proposed tax rate that coming in the November ballot is not the right way to solve the cities of Richmond's challenges that they are having right now. I believe we can come and sit down together and work it out. Richmond, Chevron Refinery as an employer is a great company that always take care of the community, always look forward to what we can do to the community and become a friends for everyone. That's all. Thank you very much.
Caitlin Powell, followed by Michelle Milam.
Hi, I'm Caitlin. Good evening, council members, mayor, members of the public. Something that I've heard that has stuck with me and needs to be corrected is the notion that Chevron is a drain on public resources like the Richmond Fire Department. Maybe many people don't know, but Chevron has our own fire department on site. The Chevron Fire Department partners with Richmond Fire in a number of ways. We host training drills. A couple times a year, we take a group to Texas for additional training. And we have a mutual aid agreement such that each department responds to requests from the other for assistance. In the past 5 years, Chevron Fire has responded to assist twice as many times as they have asked for assistance. This is largely because an industry fire department brings specialized equipment, resources, and trained personnel, which are better equipped to deal with fires of a certain type and magnitude, such as the Auto Records fire in 2016, the Sims Metal fire in 2018, and the New Star tank fire in 2019, which, to be clear, was at New Star, not Chevron, even though footage of it was used in a recent Communities for a Better Environment and APEN video to mislead people into thinking it was Chevron. Municipal departments are far better equipped and trained for vegetation fires and structure fires. They both work together to protect communities, assets, and the environment in the best and quickest way possible. They work together. The same way City Council could work with Chevron to help solve the issues that Richmond faces instead of overreaching with a tax that will have negative consequences on the city, county, and state. Thank you.
Michelle Mylum.
Good evening, Mayor Martinez and the City Council. My name is Michelle Mylum, and I'm speaking as a resident of Richmond. First of all, thank you for all who came out to Juneteenth. Juneteenth was a wonderful celebration. I am part of the committee that worked really hard to try to put it on this year, and we'd like to thank the city for increasing the amount of funding that you allocated towards Juneteenth. It's a really important celebration. It's funny, I have a chance to go back to my family reunion this weekend, and I looked up some information on one of my relatives who did not find out that he was freed after he'd been enslaved twice until 2.5 years later. I cannot imagine what it's like to be freed, to be enslaved again, and not find out you were free until 2.5 years later. And so when we celebrate, we're celebrating this community of Richmond where a lot of our folks brought that history from Galveston, from the past, here to Richmond. And Richmond hosts one of the oldest Juneteenths in the Bay Area, long before it was a holiday. I think it's over 43 years, or it's something like 1983. So we have a lot to be proud of. I think the festival came out great. The parade came out great. We want it to grow. And I think one of the legacies that we want to leave from Juneteenth is the importance of race equity and continuing to advance those causes, preserving our history. You know, a day that just shocked me. I'm sorry I didn't know that she had passed away, but there's so many trailblazers, Black men, Black women who have passed in this community, who have poured out their heart into this community. And we need to find a way to recognize and remember them beyond just Juneteenth. But we appreciate the celebration. We hope that everybody continues to stay involved, and thank you to the City Council.
Our next speaker is Amanda Mahan, followed by Pastor Raymond Landry.
Good evening to all. This is my first time here. I've been a resident of Richmond since 1973 and an employee of the city of Richmond for 21 years. And so I have a concern. I've been to this building several times at 3220 McDonald. And I have relatives that were with me from out of town. And I'm very proud to be residents of Richmond. But today, it was different. I walked up to the building at 3220 McDonald with my relatives, and it was so disgusting. It was just dirty, pitiful. It's not how I would like to be represented by Richmond. It needs to be cleaned. It has dirt. I took pictures, and it's just unacceptable. And something needs to be done. It needs to be cleaned out there. I thought it was an abandoned building, and I've been here many years, and I have passed the building up many times because I thought it was an abandoned building. Some told me to get out the car today and go up to the building and see if it's open, and it was. But I would have never thought that that building was open due to the fact of the way of the surrounding of the outside is not being kept up. So something needs to be done. Thank you.
Our last in-person speaker is Pastor Raymond Landry. And if there are any speakers that would like to address the council during open forum, please raise your hand at this time.
To Mayor Martinez, to Commissioner Willis, and to Council Member Doria, who represents the district and where my church is. Our church is independent, Holiness Church. Next year, it's a historic church. It will have been in the city of Richmond 60 years. It burned down, we rebuilt it. The founders were Pastor Tommy Bradford, and another founder was Fred Davis, whose name is listed as one of the longest streets in North Richmond. Pastor Bradford and Fred Davis, a while back, they donated some land downtown where a marvelous building was built, Trinity Plaza, 65 units of senior housing. I bring that up because we have been working with the ERF2 project to try to house individuals who are going through whatever it is that they're going through. And I received a notice one day that our church was charging a fee to house those people. and that information was passed to a council member, from what I was told. And I sent information to show that that's not true. But one of the things that I said was, here's what I want you to know, that anybody who passed you that information, they don't know our separate organization, which is Richmond Labor and Love, that managed that building down there until we sold it to Eden Housing. They don't know our business, nor do they know our church, who we don't receive a fee to provide housing. It is our church that provide resources to organizations to provide housing. And we have a marvelous organization. We have a marvelous transitional house at 600 South 16th Street. I invite any of you to come see it. Any day of time is 24 hours. Thank you.
We'll move to the speakers online.
The speakers are Emily Ross, Tarnell Abbott, Jesse Turan, and Rodney Brown. You will each have 2 minutes to address the council. Emily, you may begin.
Good evening, council and community. Emily Ross, Richmond resident. I'm feeling sentimental and I'm going to make you all hear about it. I'll try to be succinct, and if not, I'll get cut off in 2 minutes. We regularly hear city manager reports, city council member reports, the new hire reports. Those are all great, as usual. Thank you. In this case, Juneteenth and all the new hires in recreation are standing out. Also wanted to just acknowledge a few folks that don't get as much public appreciation. Deputy Manager White's report on the task force was really touching. I appreciated the metrics and the photos. City clerk's team, you fill a really important function, and as a regular public commenter, I probably interface with you more than anyone, so you have an extra soft spot in my heart. There's so much moving in this city. Some of it's really exciting, some of it's mundane, but still important. And my comments are directed to public-facing administrators and electeds, but there are other departments and folks in this city doing good work. So thanks to you all, those sitting up there, and the staff whose roles are unseen, and the community that may or may not have a formal role in the city, but give so much of their love and energy into Richmond, both the place and the people. And speaking of community members, I'm going to close by echoing Rick and Michelle and acknowledging the loss of a day. Richmond is more beautiful because of people like her. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Tarnell Abbott.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. Colonel Abbott, Richmond resident. I would like to start by sending all wishes for healing to Julie Perez, and also to sympathy for council member Claudia Jimenez, who has lost a close family member, and hence her absence tonight. I also, I'm very concerned about the lack of, I'm grateful that there have been new employees hired for recreation, but I know that our city is still lacking core employees who frankly are it's vacancies that are SEIU 1021 vacancies that are not being filled, particularly in public works, but in other areas of the city as well. I come from a family of union advocates, union workers, union leaders. My mother was an organizer for the International Ladies Garment Union, and my father was a longtime member of the International Longshore Workers Union, Local 6. And if you want to talk about race equity, you need to talk about economic equity. And the city of Richmond has long been an employer of equity that brought people up into economic parity, into economic equity through strong union jobs. And I am quite appalled to still see gaping holes in our public services. It is entirely possible.
Thank you. Your time has expired. The next speaker is Jesse Turan.
Hi. So my name is Jessie Turan, and I am a homeless resident of Richmond, California. And I'm very concerned about the most recent Supreme Court decision, which essentially allows municipalities to criminalize homelessness, meaning that according to the urban camping ban, I am a criminal just by virtue of my existence. It's scary. It's very scary thinking about what this means, thinking about what it means for my neighbors. The city of Richmond could do things about this issue. For one, I mean, most of the homeless people that I know want employment. They want something to do. They don't just want to be seen as a problem. If you used homeless people and you set them a task such as cleaning the streets, cleaning buildings, and gave them residence, or allowed them to just a parking lot to stay in safely, in exchange for a certain number of hours a week working on the city, something like that, it would mean so much. It would make such a difference, and it would help the city. Don Gosney's comments about what it felt like to be looked at with and treated with disdain by government representatives. I felt like saying to him, now you know what it feels like to be homeless, to have people roll your eyes as soon as you open your mouth. Please include us in the conversations about homelessness. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Rodney Brown.
I'd like to say good evening, everybody. This is Rodney Brown, the community advocate here in the city of Richmond, California. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'd like to say good evening, everybody. This is Rodney Brown, the community advocate here in the city of Richmond, California. I definitely want to send my condolences to Sister Ade and those 4 individuals who unfortunately lost their lives due to the recent uptick in gun violence a few weeks ago. I'm also here to talk about Soulful Softball Sunday. As you all know, we're going to be doing it August 18th, 2024 at Nickel Park. This will be our 10th anniversary. And I want to say thank you to Council Member Melvin Willis, as well as Ms. LaShonda White, for their fast response in regards to receiving a fee waiver on behalf of the city of Richmond. We're definitely delighted to have Mayor Martinez come out again, as he did last year, and he helped us out with the award ceremony, and his sweat equity was definitely appreciable for him coming out. We also like to see the other individuals on the council coming out. I know back in the day, we had several council members that would come out and participate in the festivities. Also, I'm an executive producer for a film entitled Community Love, which we entered into the San Francisco Black Film Festival. It was a 15-minute short film, but we're also extending that into an hour and 15 minutes, which will be premiered in October in the city of Richmond, California. The film is a tribute to those who have come before us, who labored, sweat equity, so those of us who are Richmondites could have a memorable future, as well as consolidating things that they have done to make sure that we have a comfortable place to live and stay. So again, August 18th, 2024 at Nickel Park. Festivities start at 9 a.m. We hope to see everybody there, and let's have a groovy time like we always do. Also, the country of Curacao will be watching us via satellite. So we want to make sure that we clean the park up, make it desirable, and make it beautiful for those who will be viewing. God bless you all. Thank you so much. Shalom.
Thank you. And that was our last speaker.
Thank you. Next item.
Our next item is approval of the consent calendar. We need a motion. And for the record, Councilmember Robinson will be recusing herself on item V4C. That's the authorization to apply for EPA Community Change Grant.
Make a motion to move the consent calendar.
Second.
Councilmember McLaughlin,
Yes.
Councilmember Robinson,
Yes.
Councilmember Willis,
Yes.
Councilmember Zepeda,
Yes.
Mayor Martinez.
Yes.
The motion passes with Councilmember Bana absent and Vice Mayor Jimenez absent.
Mayor, if I may, I'd like to acknowledge all the city staff that have been here this evening. They did a great job putting together the agenda for this evening. We have a huge agenda, so we really appreciate the council's support. And thanks to all the city staff for their hard work.
Yes. So, round of applause to city staff.
Pursuant to public notice, it's time to hold public hearings on two items. Item W1 is to adopt a resolution approving the Director's Report of Sewer Service Charges for fiscal years 2024 through 25, allowing for the sanitary and stormwater fees to be collected on the annual 24-25 tax rolls.
All right, good evening, Mayor and members of council. My name is Robert Armijo. I'm the Deputy Public Works Director and City Engineer, and I'm going to introduce you to Mary Phelps, who's going to present the item W1, which is the Director's Report for sewer charges on the collection of sanitary and storm fees for fiscal year 24-25. Thank you.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, fellow council members, city manager, and fellow city staff. My name is Mary Phelps. I'm the Water Resource Division Manager. Every year, we present this report to the City Council for adoption via resolution, which allows us to place the storm and sanitary sewer fees on the property tax rolls collected through the Contra Costa County Tax Assessor's Office. This is done via public hearing so that any resident, via Prop 218 regulations can protest. And if there's a majority protest, then the report is not adopted, and therefore the taxes cannot be placed on the property rolls. I have only received 2 calls in protest, and that was basically because they did not understand how the fees were calculated. So other than that, basically what the process is that we open the public hearing, call for comments, and then the mayor can close the public hearing and ask for any additional comments from staff or the council members, and then the resolution is adopted by a vote. I didn't want to go into a long, drawn-out presentation because I know that everyone's anxious to get out of here early tonight. So if you have any questions, I'll be more than happy to answer them. I do have, for comparison purposes, the rates. I would like to bring to the council's attention that for this year, the residential rates will remain the same as they were in 23-24, and this was due to an error when the ordinance was adopted in 2020. The rates remain the same. So there will be no residential increase for 24-25. The rate will remain the same at $1,121. So several residents that did call were very happy to hear that. For West County, the rate is collected at $791. For Stige, it's $443, but that does not include the amount that East Bay Mud charges for their wastewater charges. And then for the city of Pinole, it's $1,041. Any questions? Okay, you can open the public hearing.
Yeah, you mentioned for Stige, you mentioned for West County, and then you said for the city of Pinole.
Pinole, yes.
So,
we always compare as close as possible to Richmond.
I see.
So
okay.
that's why.
It's a comparison.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Then I will open public hearing.
We do not have any in-person speakers. I'd just like to ask if there's anyone joining us online that would like to address the council on this item. Please raise your hand. No speakers.
Hearing no speakers, public hearing is closed. It's now time for clarification questions from council members. Do we have any? Yes.
Mary, thank you for this. And while I know the answer, I always like to ask it out loud. Can you tell us why, in high level, we're increasing it? Why are we increasing it now? What's going on with our sewer pipes? We don't see them. Who cares about them?
That's a very good question, Councilmember Zepeda. The rates were voted on, as I said, back in 2020, and that was done after a sewer rate study was conducted by a consultant. And it was estimated based on the debts that the city had incurred through bonds and loans that this rate was required. Also, we have done several projects throughout the collection system. Like you said, you don't see it because it's all underground. And there is a lot of baykeeper requirements. Plus, we do have a National Pollutant Discharge Elimination System permit, or as we call it, NPDS, which also requires us to invest approximately $20 million through the course of the lifespan of the permit, which is 5 years. And that's to eliminate sanitary sewer overflows, or as we call it, SSOs. And that's when you see manholes bubbling up or, breaks in the line. Like we had one on Dornan. So we just basically, I've almost finished the Dornan Drive Force Main, where we've had several breaks on that line. So I know a lot of you council members were concerned about the paving and the project with Brickyard Cove and those residents out there. That project was very successful. So we're very happy about that.
Thank you. Is a lot of this have to do with deferred maintenance?
I'm sorry?
Is this more of deferred maintenance? All of our pipes are old, some of them are clay.
I won't say that it's deferred maintenance. I'll just say that they're very old. Some of the pipes are over 100 years old. As you know, Richmond became a city in 1905. So there are some that are very old. It's just that we haven't really had an accurate asset assessment of the collection system. And now, since we are under this settlement agreement with Baykeeper, we do have a risk assessment analysis that is done every single year that we report to Baykeeper. So we actually have an accurate inventory of the grades of our sewer pipes. And we are working to replace all those. They're graded from 1 to 5, 1 being great, 5 being like imminent, failure. And so we're working to replace all those grade 4s and grade 5s as much as possible.
So if we don't pass this today, those grade 4 and 5, they're just going to percolate all of whatever you flushed?
Imminent disaster, and that's what we don't want to happen. So.
Thank you. And I'm asking we've had these conversations before, but so that people know why they might see an increase.
Correct. Well, like I said, the residents, regular residents will not be facing an increase. The single-family dwellings will not be facing an increase. They'll pay the same rate they did last year. So will there not be an impact to the single-family dwellings?
Okay. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Any other questions, discussions? If not, I need a motion.
Do you need to close the public hearing first?
The public hearing was closed earlier.
I'll motion to approve then.
Second?
I'll second.
All right.
Councilmember McLaughlin?
Yes.
Councilmember Robinson?
Yes.
Councilmember Willis?
Yes.
Councilmember Zepeda?
Yes.
And Mayor Martinez.
Yes.
The motion passes with Councilmember Urbana absent and Vice Mayor Jimenez absent.
Thank you.
Our next item under public hearing is to adopt a resolution approving adoption of a permit fees for sidewalk vending and setting administrative fines for violations including vending without a special business permit.
Good evening, Mayor Martinez and members of the City Council. This is Robert Armijo, Deputy Public Works Director and City Engineer once again. KCRT, can you please put the slide presentation up for us? Perfect, thank you. Next slide. Today we are presenting a recommendation to adopt permit fees for sidewalk vending and to set administrative fines for violations that occur. This initiative is crucial for managing sidewalk vending in a way that ensures both public safety and fairness to all vendors. The need for this regulation stems from the sidewalk vending ordinance, which was introduced on June 25th, and the second reading of this ordinance was scheduled and recently approved today, which is July 2nd. This reading does finalize the ordinance and allows us to move forward with this implementation. Next slide, please. The primary purpose of the fees is to generate revenue that will offset the costs associated with administering and enforcing the sidewalk vending program. This includes staff time for processing permits, conducting inspections, and handling any enforcement actions. By implementing these fees, we aim to make the program sustainable. This means it will be financially sustainable and will require minimal additional funding from the city's general fund. Ensuring this program is sustainable also minimizes its financial impact on other city services and resources. Next slide. Senate Bill 946 allows cities to regulate sidewalk vending through local ordinances, provided these regulations comply with certain state guidelines. The bill outlines that cities can impose administrative fines for noncompliance, which is what we are proposing today. The authority to regulate sidewalk vending will take effect 30 days after today's city council meeting, assuming, as we know, the ordinance was recently adopted. This gives us a clear framework and timeline for rolling out these regulations. Next slide, please. As you know, Chapter 7.42 has been added to Article 7 of the Richmond Municipal Code, specifically to address sidewalk vending. This new chapter consolidates all relevant regulations in one place, making it easier for vendors and enforcement officers to understand and comply with the rules. The ordinance requires all sidewalk vendors to obtain special business permit. The permit process ensures the vendors meet all necessary health and safety standards before they begin operations. To ensure compliance, this ordinance includes new administrative fines for violations. These fines serve as a deterrent for noncompliance and help maintain order in public spaces. Next slide, please. The initial permit application fee is proposed as $103.66. This fee covers the cost for processing the application, including administrative overhead and staff time. The annual renewal fee is also set at $103.66. This fee ensures that vendors continue to meet all requirements on an ongoing basis. The fees have been calculated to reflect the administrative costs involved. We have also considered the affordability for vendors, ensuring that the fees are reasonable and not prohibitive. Next slide, please. So there are two basic categories for violations, those with permit and those without a permit. So the first violation is $100. This is a minimal fine intended to encourage compliance without being overly punitive. The second violation is $200. The increased fine reflects the need for stronger deterrents for repeated noncompliance. Each additional violation is $500. This significant increase aims to prevent habitual violations. Without permit and within 1 year, the first violation is $250. Operating without a permit is a serious offense, hence the higher initial fine. The second violation is $500. This escalated fine underscores the importance of obtaining proper permits. Each additional violation is $1,000. This substantial fine is intended to strongly discourage illegal vending activities. Next slide, please. RMC 7.42.040. This section outlines the application process for obtaining a sidewalk vending permit through the Finance Department. RMC 7.42.100. This section establishes the enforcement process detailing how violations will be identified and handled. To ensure fairness, the ordinance includes provisions for reducing fines based on the vendor's ability to pay. In certain cases, vendors may be allowed to perform community service as an alternative to paying fines. This ensures that penalties are not unduly burdensome for those with limited financial means. Next slide, please. So, in summary, the proposed fees and fines are essential to offset the cost of sidewalk vending program, ensuring it is financially sustainable. This program includes robust enforcement provisions to ensure compliance, maintaining order and safety in the public spaces. For those experiencing financial hardships, we have included provisions to reduce fines and other alternate penalties, ensuring the program is equitable and fair. Next slide, please. So staff recommends that Council hold a public hearing and adopt a resolution approving the adoption of permit fees for sidewalk vending and setting administrative fines for violations, including vending without a special business permit. Next slide. This concludes, Mayor Martinez and members of council, this concludes our presentation. At this time, I'll be happy to answer any questions, or we have other departments that also can help.
Are there any questions from the Councilmember
Can I,
Robinson?
may I clarify one thing, Mayor?
Yes.
Robert, can you double check, is the second violation 250 or 200? Thank you. As noted in W2,
Second violation for permit holders or non-permit holders?
non-permit holders.
Yeah. Maybe there's,
I think it might be for with a permit.
with a permit 200, without 250.
Council, I just received an inquiry, so I was just trying to clarify for the administrative record.
Sorry,
Okay.
Robert, sorry, what I was seeing here on the document online is with a permit, the second violation is 250. So I think just the slide maybe didn't match. I just want to make sure that we have them correct.
I guess I'm not seeing what the error is. So with the permit, I'm looking at the staff report. So with a permit, it's 100, 200, and 500. That seems to be correct.
What I see online is 100, 250, 500.
Are you referring, Councilmember Zepeda, to the staff report or to the attachment?
This is the resolution.
The resolution? Okay.
Yeah, on the
Thank you.
resolution, section 4 is 100, 250, 500.
Okay. So I'm sorry, I was talking with our finance director. So Councilperson Zepeda, you're referring to what's in the resolution as to what's in the staff report. So what's in the staff report is actually correct. What's in the resolution does need to be modified to match what's in the staff report.
Perfect. Thank you so much for
So
that clarification.
We will correct that, but thank you for noticing that.
Thank you.
Yes. Thank you. Councilmember Robinson.
Okay, thanks so much. I know this was coming, and it seems reasonable on its face. So what I've been hearing from constituents in my district is a concern around selective enforcement, and a concern that, you know, how do you guard against consistent enforcement of these rules? And so I guess my question is, are we going to be collecting data around, you know, how many of these violation kind of tickets or whatever that we're issuing, whether or not it's the first time we've interacted with that vendor or the fourth or fifth time that they get a first citation? We're going to record all interactions with the vendor so we can be clear of whether or not there's preferential treatment or selective. There's definitely concern that these rules will be selectively enforced.
That's a great comment, Councilperson Robinson. It's definitely our goal as staff to ensure that we're being fair as possible and we're being as consistent as we can. Since this is a new program, I do think that there's going to be a learning curve involved for not only at the administration level, but at the staff level. I suspect to begin with that we will use warnings and transition into using fines and penalties as the program becomes established and we are able to get the word out to our vendors that they have to get permits, that they have to follow the different regulations that we have. Staff is definitely, we're going to be meeting internally to discuss all the things that we need to do to forward that goal, meaning that to get our street sidewalk vendors knowledgeable about the rules.
So currently, you don't have kind of information and outreach plan. You need to develop that. Is that what I'm hearing?
We're still working on that.
Yeah. Do you have a plan to guard against selective enforcement of like tracking all interactions to make sure that there isn't some vendor who has some great relationship with X person and they never get a fine, they just get warnings, and then some other vendor first time out gets a fine? Is there do you have a system in place to guard against that kind of selective enforcement?
Well, as I mentioned before, it's a new program, so we'll definitely take and note your comment to ensure that we have a plan to make sure that we're enforcing this as evenly as possible and fairly as possible.
As a part of that plan, because I know now that I know you don't really have one yet, I know you're working on it, can you also include demographics? Because I think there's also a concern that there will be kind of racial and kind of country of origin inequities. So just so that we have transparency, so if anybody asks or claims that there's some, funny business going on, that we have the records of who is getting fines, where and whatnot.
We'll thank you for the comments. We'll definitely consider all that. We'll work with all our departments and certainly the city attorney's office to make sure that we're doing this consistently and legally as well.
Thank you.
I would like to add that there is a big need for data collection and making it operational. So I'm sure that's something that staff will be working on. Councilmember Willis.
Yeah, on the data collection piece, are you considering like a general form from whenever we are getting complaints about vending? For example, like if somebody were to call in because they're seeing vending happening on a sidewalk and it's usually after hours, like is there a complaint process that you're tracking on hotspot areas on when these complaints are coming in, how often they're coming in from, and so on and so forth?
Yeah, that's a great comment, Councilmember Willis. We have been having a lot of internal discussions, particularly about the nature of the enforcement that's going to have to take place, that it is after hours, that we're going to have to, and it's going to require a lot of coordination. So Public Works will be the lead for that, but we're going to have to coordinate with the police department, with health officials. There's some things that we, as Public Works, can't really deal with, like the confiscation of materials or food or that kind of thing. But it's also a great comment about how we receive comments. One thing that we're working on in Public Works is having a central call-in number, and we do have a staff member identified for that. So not only for this issue, but any issue where you can reach a human being and be able to communicate with them. That person can also help, coordinate all the many tools that we have online for those who just need to talk to a human being. So we're working on that, but that's a great comment. We'll definitely note the need for having a robust system for taking complaints.
Yeah, I was hopefully considered like a progress tracker. It could even be just 4 questions: name of the person, the location of the complaint, and day that it happened, time that it happened, just so to continue to do that data collection so we have a clear picture on where the majority of the areas where there is an issue happening. For example, I don't know if they're there now, but there's a person that's usually in our parking lot on 24th and Barrett, and I know I've gotten a couple complaints because of the basically smoke entering residents' houses and they're not wanting to deal with it. So that's just one example. And then there's another one, which I think it's kind of a hybrid situation because the business allows them to be directly out on the sidewalk on Maricopa and 23rd, or they're parking in the gutter, for instance, and that's usually after hours until about 11 at night sometimes. So thinking about stuff like that, like if we can just track, like if there are complaints about certain areas, like making sure that we have some sort of tracker on when these are coming in, when they're happening, so once again, just have a clear picture of like what the landscape is and how people and constituents are impacted by it.
So just to clarify what you mean, you're talking about like a tracker in a way of like identifying hot spots or recurring.
Yeah, like if 5 people call in about one of the examples I just raised, and it's like 5 different people at 5 different times a day at several different times in a couple-week period, that's just good information to know, like how often are these complaints coming in, what is the region that these complaints are coming in, and the general time and location. Being redundant because I just said region, but yeah.
Thank you, I got it.
Well, we'll have a chance to ask more questions. So I'd like to open the public hearing. Do we have speakers?
Yes, we do. We have 3 in-person speakers. If there's any speakers online that would like to address the council on the sidewalk vending fee item, please raise your hand at this time. Speakers in person are Cordell Hendler, Mark Wasberg, and Rock. You'll have 3 minutes to address the council.
Damn. So good evening, Mayor Martinez, council. Thank you, Robert, for that presentation. So I have provided my own examples. So if you go down, there's a vendor outside of Wells Fargo Bank. I have seen them every morning, and I live right behind Target. I live behind it, and I'm like, I don't have no issues. And I'm like, my thinking is like, who am I to say that he can't sell produce? I'm like, I'm not judging nothing. I'm like, I'm just observing. So that's one of my thought about it. So I'm like, as far as the fines is going, I'm like, I'm in support of this because I'm thinking that if we keep the amount low, $100 for the first time, $200, it's good. It'll bring in some revenue. So if we just keep the fines low, I think that would be very helpful. So I am in support of this. So I'll just leave it at that.
Mark Wasberg.
What are you going to do about the vendors that's selling food out of their homes? There's this one lady down on, I think it's on Barrett. She's there every day. She has her kitchen. She has an apron. She's cooking, and she's selling food illegally. You cannot sell food out of your home to the public. Then this other lady right across the street there, she's selling tacos. Every time I walk by there, she got tacos, burritos. What are you going to do about that? You going to crack down on that? Now, those vendors down on 23rd Street, down by the laundromat, they're blocking the sidewalk. Now, you going to allow people to block the sidewalk when people have to walk around in the gutter? Because you go down 23rd Street, you can't go the other way. They're going to have to go walk in the parking lot, or they're going to have to walk in the gutter and go around. Now, you're going to tell me that's safe for people trying to walk on the sidewalk? Then you got AC Transit. They can't even stop at the stop signs. They're stopped. You got cars parked in the red zone. Richmond PD go by, they don't do nothing. So what are you going to do about that? That's what I like to know. You're going to let people walk around in the gutter, or going to have to walk around? There shouldn't be no vendors on the sidewalks whatsoever. The sidewalk has to be clear for the people who walk down the sidewalk. That's what it's there for, right? If you want to have a vendor, you have them in the parking lot. That's where they should be. It don't make sense you force a person to walk in the gutter who get hit by a car. Come on, you're supposed to be educated people. You're supposed to know what's going on. So I don't know what you guys' problem is. The vendors still out there. They still don't have no license. They're still blocking the sidewalk. And you guys need to go back to school or something, man. Too bad they didn't teach you any common sense. I want you to go out there for a day. Just hang out there and see what these people doing. I mean, they already made a mess out of the street. There's a big, giant, black, round circle, nothing but charcoal that they left right on the gutter there. So go out and check it out for yourself.
Our last in-person speaker is Rock, and if there's anyone online that would like to address the council on this item, raise your hand at this time.
Hello, everyone. I think on this, my personal view on this issue is that after doing quite a bit of traveling, different travel in the world, there is a lot of opportunity for different cultural foods and a lot of people to have the opportunity that they would have never had. And a lot of times what happens is what's happened in Richmond. It's growing and there's a lot of changes going on, and that also people start doing different things, and like the street vendors, and of course it becomes more to the eye when we realize we're not getting any money for it. We're not getting any permits, and there's no type of taxes paid. And where I'm going with this is that one, when it says special permit, you wonder what restrictions are there? Like, where do you put it? I mean, we know people are going in the residential areas and what have you. There'll be restrictions, but my personal opinion on this one here, we're doing so good. We're trying to clean up, get our 23rd Street cleaned up, and San Pablo Avenue has been pretty vibrant. A lot of you are down there socializing and seeing people from the offices. I think that even before we go into office, one of the most important things to us is being part of the system and transparency. The key word with this is transparency. I think there could be a way that this works, but I think the key is to possibly not push this, just push it forward. And I think even like Doria, I hope I could win her over with that. I think that something like this, that we don't just push it forward, that we have like a workshop and maybe get 23rd Street merchants and some San Pablo merchants that we do at our coffee shops and things that we've grown with, that they've really sacrificed with us. And let's show them transparency, and let's build this with them. There are a couple of our main streets, so that it has the responsibility of permits, but it also has the responsibility of transparency, and it brings us together. And between Doria and Shaza and everyone there that I know, I think this can happen. We've come a long way in this city. Let's keep doing it, and let's tell our brick and mortars, we love you.
That was our last in-person speakers, and now we'll move to the online speakers.
Our speakers are Tarnell Abbott and Jesse Turan. You will each have 3 minutes to address the council. Tarnell, you may begin.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Thank you. Tarnell Abbott, Richmond resident. I largely grew up in Mexico. I spent several significant years there, and street vending is definitely very much part of the livelihood and liveliness of Mexico. And as cultures move into our community, things change. And my concern with the street vending is one, it's health and safety. And I do think that there's a reason to issue some sort of health permit, which would probably be on the county, not the city. The other aspect of the health and safety is traffic issues where vending is in the street or blocking the sidewalk. But I really think that in addition to working with the brick and mortar, the city ought to be working with the street vendors and ought to initiate some sort of they used to call them, I forget what they called them, not round tables, they called them chevrettes or something like that, where it's like, you sit down and you sit with people and talk it out. And you talk it out not just with the street, with the brick and mortars on 23rd Street, but also with the vendors, the street vendors, because there is room for both. And the street vendors are not really taking business away from anybody. And what they make is pennies. It's, this is not a viable tax revenue for the city of Richmond. A viable tax revenue is Chevron. So it's like, keep it in perspective, keep it safe for everybody, but let's have a multicultural understanding of what it is to struggle in this economy and why people vend on the street. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Jessie Turan. Jessie, you may begin.
Hi, my name is Jessie Turan. And with regard to street vendors, I want to say that for me, I personally feel that they add to the culture, to Richmond's culture. Yet maybe they do block the sidewalk every now and then. But the thing is, these are people, they don't make a lot of money at all. And yet they're trying, they're working, they're getting out there every day. And, they're running a business. And the little ice cream vendors, the little popsicle vendors, the people that sell corn, the corn on the street. It's not like these people they're not making enough money to pay rent. Asking these people for, for the money for the health certificate, and then the fines, and then the just all of these things. It might not seem like a lot of money, but to people who are selling ice cream at, $2 to $3 each, $100 is a lot of money. That's a lot of ice cream to sell. Also, I really encourage the city of Richmond to reach out to these people and get them involved in the conversation, because being homeless, I know what it feels like to have decisions made for me, without any input from me or from my community. And I imagine that it feels the same for the street vendors, many of whom don't speak English, and are doing just whatever they can to survive. And I think that needs to be appreciated. And I think there needs to be compassion showed to these people, because they are working really, really hard. Thank you. And I give up the rest of my time. Thank you.
Thank you. That was our last speaker.
Public hearing is closed. Are there any clarifications from staff? Councilmember McLaughlin.
Yes, can you clarify what the financial hardship waiver, how that works?
If I may, council members, you may recall last week, Ms. Velasco, who's currently on vacation, our community development director, described the comprehensive outreach process that staff has conducted with the street vendors and various stakeholders. And so staff is currently designing a program that the council approved budget for also last Monday for a mobile vendor program. And so that is being developed. There will be specific incentives provided to assist everyone in terms of coming into compliance with these regulations. And so do really want to thank staff for working in a collaborative manner with Contra Costa Health Services, Supervisor Joya's office, and many other stakeholders, and thank them for doing comprehensive outreach. All that to say that resources per the council are being provided to assist vendors that will be in need, and there will be a comprehensive program.
So on the, specifically, I'm reading from the agenda report. Further, as required by SB 946, the city ordinance also sets an administrative process to determine one's ability to pay the administrative fines and related fine hardship waivers. So it sounds like that has to happen, and that will happen, but has there been any discussion at this point yet on what that would look like?
So inside the ordinance that's attached as part of the consent calendar, that it describes specifically the conditions that you need to meet. I'm working off the top of my head, but I think it was if your income is 125% below, I forget what the wage is, but if you're at that level, then you can apply for a reduction of the fees. And then there's some discretionary items that are delegated to the city manager, where community service could come into play rather than paying fees. But I think what our city manager Curl was, explaining was that the part where there's a waiver, that's a program that still needs to be fleshed out, but the authority is definitely spelled out in the ordinance. So hopefully that answers your question. It's a great question, and it's definitely a big part of the ordinance.
Yeah, I guess just some of the, concerns that I have as you move forward with the process of defining how this works is to make sure that the vendors know that there is such a process and that they know how to take the next step. I mean, we had this problem with the police commission a while back, that people didn't know they could bring an appeal or bring a complaint forward. And so we added that to actually we made some changes in the ordinance where they, in case of an officer involved shooting death that resulted in death or heavy hospitalization or heavy injury, that an investigation would automatically occur. So it got me thinking that on some of these situations, if you don't spell out the process, that people don't know it. So this is a totally different thing, of course, but I just want to make sure that people know that there is a process, and if they're fined, there is also a process. So it's not only for the fees, but for the fining, if they, can apply or whatever they have to do to see if they qualify, that they're aware of it.
Councilmember Robinson.
When we're ready to make a motion, I would like to make a motion, but I don't want to cut off anybody's comments. I don't know if anybody still has comments to make. So I don't know if I should make it or just wait.
You can make the motion.
Okay,
and
so
we'll
I'd like to
continue
make a
discussion.
motion to accept the fees, but with conditions, and I'd love to hear feedback on this, because I do feel like it's important for people to know if there's a hardship waiver, to know that we are actually initiating such a program. What's that?
I was going to say, Shannon, do you want
So,
to?
no, I was just saying that so before you denied us the fees, the resolution to adopt the fees, before you had two readings of the ordinance itself. And within the ordinance itself, it kind of outlines the hardship criteria. And I can point you to the section, but I think what you guys are all speaking to, which I completely understand as you kind of, roll something new out, is kind of the education outreach and awareness piece that's very, very critical. I remember when we did years ago the tobacco, secondhand tobacco smoke bans, and how important it was to kind of make sure everyone understood, what's being asked of the street vendors and what's required, and then kind of slow to enforce. After there's like a period of, education and outreach. So where I was headed with that is that the ordinance, the language in the ordinance does kind of break down in section 7.42.100E, kind of the hardship determination and kind of, but.
So my concern is that if we don't have a hardship program set up yet, and we roll out the fees, then people have no hardship program to return to. So I wanted to make a condition of accepting the fees, that those fees wouldn't be put in place and operationalized until these other programs that we're talking about are also defined, put in place, and operationalized.
Yes,
So I feel
that-
like,
yeah,
so that is my motion. And my motion.
Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
Yeah, so just to repeat it is like, I'd like to put a motion to accept the fees that are presented today. I think they're reasonable, but do not operationalize them until we also operationalize the following things. That is a clear vendor outreach plan. That's so that vendors know that this is going to be something that they'll need to have a license, they'll need to have a permit, and they'll need to abide by all the rules, and they know what the rules are. A clear protocol for tracking interactions and demographics so we can ensure and prevent selective enforcement. A clear way to submit and track complaints, locations and vendors, as Councilmember Willis was saying. And then finally, that we've created at least a pilot of the mobile vendor program that outlines ways that people can get support, capacity building, the hardship program. This is, I think, for many people, that is the motion, end of motion. For many people, this may be their primary source of income. And I would just hate to take that away from folks without giving them a fair opportunity to understand what the new rules will be and a way for them to be in compliance.
I'll second the motion.
Councilmember Cepeda.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a couple comments and then I have some questions. I want to just correct something. Sometimes a public comment comes in with very, very different opinions. But we want to make sure that we stop any fake news out there. AB 626 is a California rule that went in effect January 1st, 2019, and that actually allows for home cooks to apply for permits to sell food from home that was cooked in their kitchen at home, and they can apply for a permit called MICCO, which stands for the Micro Enterprise Home Kitchen Operation. So I want to just correct the record out there that is allowed since 2019. A question in regards to spare the air days. Some vendors might have a type of kitchen, per se, in their little vending machine that might go counter to the spare the air days. So I was wondering what we're planning to do in those cases. Like today, tomorrow is spare the air day. How do we act with those vendors? And we might not have an answer yet, but maybe we can think of something to put into the process, because we want to make sure that we also give them that guidance, because they might not be aware that we have spare the air days, and as we're giving them a permit, we don't want them to also get in trouble. So, okay. And then my other, I'm assuming that all the feedback we gave last time is being incorporated into the ordinance, or at least the majority of it. I don't know who the answer.
The one I wasn't on the dais last time. You mean it was part of a motion?
Yeah, motion, but it's just feedback like regarding timing, locations, just general feedback that was given.
So to my knowledge, it has been incorporated. I just want to just make sure that we know that this item is only for the fees. This doesn't. We're not. The ordinance has already been adopted. But as far as I know, it's been incorporated into the ordinance, the comments that we received last time.
Okay. Thank you. No other questions? Thank you.
Roll
Mayor,
call.
can I make one distinction? Oh.
Yes.
So I think it's important just for the administrative record for the council to understand that, for example, if environmental health receives a complaint because they believe someone is selling food that doesn't have a permit, environmental health, which is Contra Costa County, does come out and they have the ability under their regulatory powers to compensate the food. So that is separate and apart from, and so I just want to make sure folks know that may continue to happen, because people are required to have health permits. So I don't want there to be any miscommunication that while the program is being developed, there will still be likely some actions being taken in the community to protect public health. And sometimes a lot of these inquiries are complaint-based. And so obviously, we are really strong proponents for equity, but if certain people complain more than others, then it does, staff are required to, when people call or have a complaint, to follow up. And so we're happy to share data and collect data to the degree that is allowed under California state law.
Sure.
In your motion, Councilmember Robinson, did you include the typo correction? On the resolution, there was a correction.
Yeah.
It was, I guess, I forgot exactly
No,
what.
no problem. It's the bottom of page 2 of the resolution. It should be for the second, under Public Works, for the second violation, should be 200 and not 250.
Okay, so that correction is, do we need to put that in the motion, or is that just understood that it will be corrected?
You can put it in the motion, or
Okay. So you want to just, so adding on to correct the typo
In the resolution.
as stated in the resolution.
All right.
Are we ready? We have a
call.
motion by Councilmember Robinson, a second by Councilmember McLaughlin. Councilmember McLaughlin?
Yes.
Councilmember Robinson?
Yes.
Councilmember Willis?
Yes.
Councilmember Zepeda?
Yes.
And Mayor Martinez.
Yes.
The motion passes with Councilmember Bonner and Vice Mayor Jimenez absent.
Thank you.
Our next item under new business, item X1, is to adopt a resolution to submit to the City of Richmond electorate at the general municipal election to be held on November 5th of 2024, an initiative to amend the city charter to replace its current plurality voting method with that of instant runoff voting, and authorize the city attorney's office and staff to finalize any necessary documents relating to the ballot measure.
Thank you. And from my chief of staff is here to do the presentation.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council, and City staff. I am so happy for all of us. We're about to go on break. Congratulations, everybody. I'm here this evening to present the follow-up. In April, the mayor's office brought forward an item proposing that our plurality election system, that we take an item to the public to be voted on this election cycle for instant runoff voting. And the council provided direction at that meeting for the city attorney's office to draft a resolution to put it on the ballot for voters to consider. And so this is a follow-up after doing that. KCRT, if you could pull up the, oh, and I'm so sorry. So joining us today online are 3 community members who have been consulting with the mayor's office on this process. And so I want to give them an opportunity to introduce themselves. Although I will be doing the presentation this evening, they are on hand to answer any questions the council may have. And of course, we have our city attorney present, who we have been working with as well on this item. So if we could just take a moment to allow those on Zoom to introduce themselves to us and to the public.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Marcela Miranda Caballero. I'm the Executive Director at California Ranked Choice Voting Institute, and I'm very happy to be here. Thank you for having us again.
Good evening. My name is Stephen Hill, and I am an elections consultant for Fair Vote.
Hello, my name is Paul Hoy. I'm a volunteer for California Ranked Choice Voting, their legal chair.
Thank you so much. And KCRT, if you could pull up the presentation on this item. So as I said, this is a follow-up regarding the item that the mayor's office has proposed to take to the electorate this coming November. So the course of this presentation, The course of this presentation, which I'm hoping to keep quite short, is just a recap of, and particularly for the public, a recap of the discussion we had last time, describing what our current voting system looks like, what instant runoff voting generally looks like, and then the ballot measure language and the, being brought forward, and the charter amendment that would be proposed on this ballot measure. Next slide, please. So as was discussed last time, Richmond's current voting system is based on the plurality system. And so what that means is there is no need for a majority, when the mayor or the city council runs for a seat, it does not, the winner is not currently required to obtain the majority of votes. And just to break this down, majority quite simply means more than 50% of the votes, whereas the plurality, as you can see here on the graphic, means the candidate receives the most votes, but not over the 50% threshold. And so that's what Richmond and many municipalities currently have. This has been our system for decades in Richmond. Next slide, please. And so this is just another way of looking at it. With the plurality, the candidate who gets the most votes wins. It's the method used in many U.S. Election systems, from the local level to more national elections. But as I was saying, a plurality does not equal a majority. And so the question that undergirds bringing this item forward is there a more fair way to conduct elections in Richmond? Next slide, please. And so what was proposed and what is being proposed now is that Richmond voters consider instant runoff voting to replace our current plurality system. And so as was discussed and presented last time when this item was first brought forward, instant runoff voting enables voters to rank candidates in the order they prefer during the general election. So for example, let's say that the city clerk and the city attorney and the city manager all decide to run for a seat on the city council. Okay, the city manager is saying, no, thank you, she likes her own role. Let's say that my first vote is the city clerk, my second vote is, now I'm not going to do the city manager because she doesn't want the seat, so my second choice is the city attorney, third choice is city manager, and so I can choose and I can proactively vote for and indicate my preferences, whereas currently our system is I would have to look at the landscape and say, I only want the city clerk and I would be unhappy with everybody else. And so this system allows voters to register preferences. And that's important for the reason, or we'll get into some of the positives of that system, but it does also, studies show, allow voters to indicate more of their preferences and more engagement. You know, I think many of us have been in the position in primaries of saying, or, you know, sort of thinking to ourselves, I may like this person, but I'm going to cast my vote for this other person because they have a better chance of winning. And so this system is designed to actually allow people to register their values and their preferences more proactively. Next slide, please. And so actually, before I get to this, the thing I want to speak to is that using the example of these three wonderful women who make our city run, let's say that Pam does not reach the 50%, or I'm so sorry, Madam City Clerk does not reach the 50% threshold. And so it's not as if my ballot is entirely thrown out. Now I am able to still register my vote. I had a preference of our city attorney as number 2 and our unwilling city manager candidate as number 3. And so my first choice vote is then registered as the city attorney. And so even in this case, my preference is still registered in the tallying of the ballots. And so again, there is a higher investment for residents to look into different candidates and be able to register different shades of preference and more investment in the different policies that the city attorney may be interested in versus the city manager and so on. And so why is instant runoff voting good for Richmond? It will always elect majority supported candidates. What that means is that built into this system is a candidate that becomes an elected official must obtain 50%, more than 50% of the votes. And so that creates a system in which there is majority investment and majority agreement on who is representing the people of Richmond. And as I just described, it also gives voters more choice and more voice. And so, you know, city clerk was my number one, but the city attorney may be a close number two, and so I still walk away feeling as if my preferences were registered. Instant runoff elections increase voter participation. This has been tracked across different municipalities and districts that have instituted this. And I will return to this when we get to the costing section of this presentation, but because this will be a shift in how Richmond conducts its elections, there will be a component in which voter education will be necessary around this new system. But what seems to be, I'll say, a correlation between a new voting system and voter education is increased voter rates and increased voter engagement, which is sorely needed across Contra Costa County, but Richmond in particular. And there's also clear data that this system of instant runoff voting delivers more representative and equitable outcomes for with more women and candidates of color elected. And so although there, have been some criticisms of the way Oakland's first instant runoff voting round went, it also resulted in a city council that was one of the most diverse, the most young, and in terms of gender representation, the most diverse in Oakland's history. And so that is a result that seems to be replicated pretty regularly across municipalities that use instant runoff voting. And it facilitates coalition building and discourages negative campaigning. So for instance, even though my first preference, as we all know, was the city clerk, the city attorney still has an investment in positive campaigning and in and still in advocating to be my second choice vote. There's still an investment, I'm not a lost cause as a voter. And so under this system, candidates have much more investment in voter outreach, in less mudslinging between campaigns, because there's still the attempt to appeal to voters to be second choice or third choice, or in the rodeo that was Oakland, 11th choice, but that still does add up to create a gathering of votes. And so it does change the tenor of local elections. And I think in Richmond in particular, there has been over the years I've lived here an express interest in more civility during campaign season in Richmond. Next slide, please. So what is before you, I'm going to break this down. I'm only going to focus on 3 sections, and these were 3 sections generated by the city attorney's office in conjunction with and proposed by community advocates that have done this work throughout different municipalities and have studied this issue in California in particular. So Section 3, and this you can find in the one of the agenda report attachments. So I will just read this. So the first section of the charter amendment being proposed and taken and will be taken to the voters, and if the voters approve it, will be added to the Richmond City Charter, is that each city elective office, including city council members and mayor, shall be elected by an instant runoff voting system in which in each election, including special elections, a majority, more than half of the votes cast for all candidates, or a majority of the operative votes on continuing ballots in subsequent rounds. And that's the piece, I'm just editorializing here, that's the piece I was speaking to of if the city clerk is eliminated, there will be and because her candidacy did not reach a majority or over 50%, then that the subsequent rounds are speaking to the next rounds.
Clarification, the city clerk is eliminated because she got less votes than the other two candidates. Is that correct?
The fewest votes, not that she didn't get a majority. She got the fewest
I'm sorry.
votes.
Right.
Yes,
Yeah.
I'm sorry. So, I'm so sorry. You would reach this point if no candidate got a majority. So of the three, thank you for the correction. If no candidate reaches the 50% threshold, then yes, if the city clerk got the fewest amount of votes, she would be eliminated. Thank you. And so that's the piece where it would go to the next round. The city clerk would be eliminated, and again, all the votes would be tallied up in hopes that there would be a candidate that would reach that 50% threshold. So that's in this language speaking to on continuing ballots in subsequent rounds. Thank you. Is required for the election of a candidate to each such office as determined by the IRV system. At each round of counting, the candidate with the fewest votes is eliminated, and the votes given to the second choice are given to that candidate, which is then considered the operative vote and continues in subsequent rounds if needed. So what that means is that if my vote that Madam City Clerk is now gone. You can tell we're buddies. I'm trying really hard to be formal. So if the city clerk's votes that I gave were eliminated, my vote would then go to the city attorney. And in that round, ideally, we would reach a majority vote. But it could very well be that we do not reach a majority vote, and the city attorney is then eliminated, in which case there would be another round, and we would have our unwilling city manager now as an elected official. Next slide, please. These next two sections would also be added to the city charter. So the enabling ordinance, consistent with the purpose and intent expressed herein, the City Council is hereby authorized to adopt an implementing ordinance, IRV ordinance, setting forth the details of the IRV process to establish any necessary specific procedures to be utilized in the IRV to provide clarity and assure the will of the majority prevails. And so, City Attorney, do you think you could speak to that section, please? I am happy to do it if.
I was noticing a typo that on section 5, but so your question is section 3, section 4. You want me to discuss?
My understanding is, I guess, play point, just in case I mess
Sure.
this up,
Sure,
is
sure.
that this enabling ordinance, were this ballot measure to be approved by the voters, then what would happen is City Council would adopt the implementing ordinance. That's what this section speaks to. And so this implementing ordinance would set forth the details of this process after it was approved by the voters. So section 4 details basically next steps after the election were this measure to prevail.
That's correct. And part of the recommended action for tonight is authorizing the city attorney's office to kind of finalize all the necessary documents to put the ballot on the measure, but then kind of after after the fact, we would be kind of drafting and implementing ordinance.
Thank you. And then section 5, implementation, the city shall commence using IRV as soon as practicable after the Contra Costa County Registrar of Voters is able to conduct the election on behalf of the city at a reasonable cost and in accordance with the requirements and procedures of the IRV ordinance. And so, of course, if this is approved by the voters, the goal would be to implement it as quickly as possible, given that the will of the voters ostensibly would be to implement instant runoff voting as the method of conducting elections in Richmond. However, this clause, as suggested by the city attorney's office, indicates that this possibly would not be implemented in the next election cycle if it is found and the city finds that there is an unreasonable cost at that point, and it is not practicable to implement it that election cycle. And so that will depend on factors that I'll speak to in the following slides, but it could be such things as the cost of implementation. That would be pretty much it, but it does give that wiggle room. And I don't know if the city attorney wants to elaborate on that.
No, I mean, if you're going to speak to it further in your presentation, but I can step in if you, right now, you want me to step in? Sure, no problem. Happy to. So I think right now, we wanted to build in language that would, I don't think right now that as the county is set up to do this, as the city clerk can add to this. And so we want to build in language that would allow them to allow this, once it gets on, if it's passed on the ballot, to actually move forward with this once the county is set up to do it, and once, the cost to do it, and I don't know if you're going to get into more specifics around costing, is reasonable. Reasonable is not a defined term here, but I think there are two hurdles. One hurdle is really at the county level. So I don't know if you're going to go into more details around that.
And just as a point of clarification, the hurdle is open to interpretation, and I think that the folks certainly on this online, joining us online, can speak to that. In terms of the county being able to do this, I do want to be clear that it is only add-on software. And so it would be the purchasing and licensing of additional software, as well as some additional training of some of the poll workers. But in terms of it being a hurdle for the county to implement, I would say it could be more of an irritation for the county to implement, more than a hurdle. And I think that is an important distinction to make. We're not talking about an extensive overhaul of the way the city, or of the way the county would provide services to the city. However, we will be going into some of the implementation costs, and I think that's the place where the city attorney's office did want to give council a bit of wiggle room. The other piece, actually, I'll wait till we get to costs, I'm sorry. And so just to wrap up those three sections I just read to you, and that were commented on also by the city attorney, those are the three sections that would be added to the city charter were this to be approved by Richmond voters in November. Next slide, please. And next, I'll be getting into the ballot measure details. And so some of them I just spoke to a little bit, but you'll be seeing the ballot measure language on the next slide, which is the language that will be going to the voters. And then you also have the proposed charter amendment as one of your attachments, and this information will also be going to voters in the voter guide. Next slide, please. This is the ballot measure language that this item proposes will be going forward to the voters, although as per the suggested or recommended action provided to you today, there could be some adjustments made to this language between now and when this language is officially submitted to the county. But this is the closest that we have, and most likely what will be presented to the voters come November, if council is to approve this moving forward this evening. Shall the City of Richmond Charter be amended to authorize use of instant runoff voting, also known as ranked choice voting, to allow Richmond voters to rank mayor and city council election candidates in order of preference on their ballots, which voting system would be implemented once it becomes technically and financially feasible through the Contra Costa County Registrar of Voters and upon adoption of an implementing ordinance by the Richmond City Council. So as you can see, this ballot measure language captures all the different pieces of that we would be changing to instant runoff voting. What does that mean? Which is to rank in order of preference, and that it would be implemented once technically and financially feasible, and then upon the adoption of an implementing ordinance. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Okay, so how much is all this happiness going to cost us? So we have received a rough or an estimate from the county clerk. And so what we are looking at are the upfront costs would be close to $100,000. And so the first piece would be the RCV module. And so what that means is the software that I was speaking to earlier, the sort of flip of a switch that Dominion, the company that provides our election software, could do. And then additionally, in addition to the $80,000 would be setup and support. So that is going to include such things as training for county clerk staff to run these elections and to actually really familiarize staff with how to do instant runoff voting. And then the ongoing costs, as far as could be calculated by the county clerk at this time, would be licensing, which would be $70,000 every 2 years. There would be ballot layouts, and so every year the county clerk, they lay out the ballot. And so it currently costs under our system $7,000 per election cycle. And so it would be a delta or a change or increase of about $1,750 per election cycle. Now, the other costs provided by the county clerk, so the ballot costs, the test deck, and the 1% manual tally, I was not able, based on the numbers I received from the county clerk, to determine the delta between what it currently costs the city and what it would cost under instant runoff voting. So what I mean by that is that these costs, the ongoing costs that you see before you, aside from licensing, they are costs that occur every election cycle. They will occur under primaries, they occur under plurality voting, they occur under instant runoff voting. The one where I was able to determine what the change would be the ballot layout. So the ballot cost of $15,000, the test deck of $3,500, and the 1% manual tally. These are all tasks that will occur regardless. So if we keep the same system, we have to do those things. If we move to instant runoff voting, we keep those same things. We get charged for them regardless. So that's the place where I have not received clarity on what that change is. And so I'm emphasizing that because some of these numbers I found initially daunting until I realized that they are, at least from what I can tell, in some cases, only slight changes from what we are already paying. And so I want to be clear there for the council. Next slide, please. Oh, we're here. Okay. Questions. And I think I will, of course, defer to the mayor on if you want to.
I would like to go to public comment first.
We have 3 in-person speakers. If there's anyone online that would like to address the council at this time on this item, please raise your hand. Our speakers are Don Gosney, Mark Wasberg, and Jose Abastida. Please come forward.
Thank you. You know, as the primary proponent of the Richmond Election Reform Act, it should only stand to reason that I rise in opposition to ranked choice voting. Over the past dozen years since we've seen ranked choice voting here in the Bay Area, what we've seen is a system that is confusing to the point where, in Alameda County, they recently had not 1, but 2 elections that had to have the courts sort out the mess. In one of those elections, they actually swore in the candidate they were sure was the victor, only to have the courts invalidate the election so the actual winner could be sworn in. How many times have we heard our council sing the praises of everything Oakland as if we should emulate them in every way? About a dozen years back in Oakland's mayoral race, the odds-on favorite was former state senator president pro tem Don Parada. Some of the other candidates, though, took advantage of how easy it is to manipulate a ranked choice election by telling voters that Oakland absolutely cannot have a white man serving as their mayor. What the candidates did is they told their supporters to vote for number 1 for them and number 2 for the other candidate, and the number 2 candidate did the same thing. And so what they kept telling the voters was that the last thing Oakland needed was a white man in charge, and Don Parada lost. And Oakland is still trying to clean up the mess from 8 years of that victor. I says, take a look at the elections here in the Bay Area these past several years and ask yourself where the very expensive and disruptive recall elections have been held in ranked choice cities. One thing we heard so frequently when ranked choice was being sold to this community is that ranked choice is the democratic way to elect people. If it was so democratic, why did these people wait more than a dozen years before trying to shove it down our throats? Could it be because what we had before worked so well for them to ensure that their people got elected? When working men and women, through their unions, voted to kick in as much as $250,000 to gather the requisite signatures to place the Richmond Election Reform Act on the ballot, we went through the very expensive, time-consuming, and laborious process to gather signatures. With ranked choice, though, it only took the mayor and 3 of his pals to vote to spend nearly $100,000 of the city's money to put their measure on the ballot. And these are the people who claim to be all about the democratic process? This is laughable.
Mark Wasberg.
Don Gully is right. This is a scam. You're gonna word this so bad that people couldn't even hardly understand what's going on. It's all a scam by the RPA so they could get the majority of votes. And we can't forget this woman here. She was the one that was saying, don't do business with Israel. All the companies don't do business with Israel. She's the one that was talking this crap. Aguado was over there standing with the Palestinian flag. You're forgetting something, lady. These people broke down the fence with a Caterpillar tractor. And you're saying don't do business with Israel on the Caterpillar? Huh? That's what you said. The Caterpillar company don't do business with Israel. It was their tractor that broke down that fence that killed 1,300 Israelis. Well, I'm saying this is a scam.
What you need to do is to speak to the item.
I'm speaking on an item. This is a scam. Don Gully is right. What you're trying to do, you're trying to manipulate the whole entire thing just to get more votes. All this 50% is just a bunch of crap. Because what you're saying is whoever number 3 loses, his vote's going to go to who gets 50%. It should be whoever gets the most votes wins. That's the way the Democratic should be. Not this scam that you people are playing just because they keep you people in office. We all know what the RP did. Just like when you was playing musical chairs, when you people were moving to district to district so you wouldn't compete against each other. Everybody knew it was a scam. Everybody knew all you people are RPA. You want to keep your status quo. Even she's RPA, but she doesn't want to admit it. She got all pissed off when Corky admitted that she's RPA. Oh, no, I'm not RPA. That's bullshit. It's a scam, and the people should not fall for it.
Thank you.
You guys are a bunch of fucking scammers.
Hosea Bastida.
All you fucking on, bunch of fucking con artists.
Good evening, Council. My name is Jose Bastida, and I'm with SCIU 1021. I am here to let you guys know that the city workers and the community workers who actually work and live in this city support this initiative. We would like to see more democracy in this city. What speakers before me have not mentioned is that their initiative is being supported by big polluters and big corporations in this city trying to change the makeup of our city. With that, I want to stand in agreement, and we endorse this measure. Thank you.
And now we'll move to our online speakers.
Working men and women.
The first group of speakers are Michael Glickson, Janet Johnson, Jane Corrant, Lynn Terrio, Marisol Cantu, and Benjamin Terrio. You will each get 2 minutes to address the council, and when your name is called, please be prepared to unmute yourself. Michael Glickson, you may begin.
There's a total of 10 speakers.
Hello, my name is Michael Glickson, and I am a resident of Richmond, and I am here tonight to speak in favor of this initiative going on the ballot in November. I think that I support instant runoff voting because the winner has to have a majority of the voters in order to be elected. And I reject the so-called Richmond Election Reform Act that wants to add a primary, a second election, expensive for the city and for the candidates. And as we all know from the record, there is much lower voter participation in a primary. So, and maybe 94 or more % of the cities in California only have a general election to elect their local officials. So I think it's great that this city council and this mayor has chosen to not just oppose our ERA, but provide an alternative, because we agree our voting could be improved. And this is how we're planning on doing it. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Janet Johnson.
Good evening. I'm a Richmond resident and I support instant runoff voting. Richmond needs instant runoff voting as an alternative to the Richmond Election Reform Act. Why? Because all voting in the instant runoff voting system happens in November. So more voters will choose our city leaders. Younger and non-white voters are less likely to vote in primaries. So the candidates elected in primaries under the Richmond Election Reform Act would be elected by older, wealthier, whiter, and more conservative voters. Even as an older white person, I know that's not what Richmond needs. Also, because building connections and coalitions is rewarded in instant runoff voting, and candidates will be motivated to campaign more positively, and that can't help but unite our community. No research has shown that primary elections improve democracy. No voting rights organizations support this approach. And the organizations that paid to collect signatures for the Richmond Election Reform Act, they admit that they considered this a way to hurt the current city council, not to make our elections fairer or more democratic. Is this what we want for Richmond? I don't think so. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Jane Corrant.
Good evening. I am a former resident of Oakland who had the opportunity to participate in a local election through using IRV. And although my first choice candidate was not elected, I was pretty satisfied with the fact that my second choice was. So I think for the reasons that already have been outlined, this is a very democratic system as compared to the plurality system, and even the plurality, the plurality system, which would be in a primary, and then you'd have a plurality system a second time in the final election in November. Furthermore, I want to add, I have a brother who's a mathematician, and I have had other relationships with mathematicians. And I was shocked to learn that there is a very serious specialty called voting theory. And voting theory has yet to be resolved because there is no perfectly fair voting system. And mathematicians are still racking their brains and coming up with formulas. You can look up this stuff online to come up with the best system. IRV is up there as one that is not perfect because, as is pointed out, second choices can win, but it is far more democratic and far more mathematically valid than many of the other systems that have been tried, and certainly more so than the current plurality system that is most common in our country. There are 2 states that actually use ranked choice voting for state elections. So I think that's an important point to keep in mind as well. So I do favor.
Thank you. Your
this
time has
proposition.
expired. The next speaker is Linterio.
Yes, I've been a resident of Richmond for a very, very long time and worked in the school district, West Contra Costa. And I am very much against ranked choice voting. I'd like to see an election where we vote for the person who we want. And if there is not 50%, then we have another election to choose the person who's going to win. Otherwise, I think that you get these skewed numbers which don't mean anything, and it takes away the right of the person who is voting for someone not to be able to choose their person. Also, I signed the petition asking for that, and I did not get paid. Nobody who brought it around got paid. It was a friend. I'd like to get that out of people's minds, that it had nothing to do with getting people who were paid to do that. And I know in our district, we're going to have 3 people. Well, I'd like to have the top 2 run against each other at a separate time. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Marisol Cantú.
Hi, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Perfect. Hi, my name is Marisol Cantú. I'm a 3rd-generation Richmond resident. I'm calling in support of ranked choice voting or instant runoff voting, and also adamantly oppose the Richmond Election Reform Act, which I'm more and more listening to it sounds like the racist Election Reform Act at this point, because we cannot move our elections to archaic methods like primaries, where majority Black and brown people do not vote, younger demographics do not vote. And so we are now going to be dependent, if we continue down this road, of unfair and unjust practices in our elections. And this is exactly the opposite of what we need in our city. I've been very excited to see how forward-thinking this council has been. I'm excited to be able to vote, to be educated on instant runoff voting, and excited that it has been used in different cities and it's been tried and proven, and is a way for us, in particular, BIPOC folks, to engage in elections, and hope that the city continues to vote for this. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Venterio.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. My name is Ben Terry. I'm the president of the Richmond Police Officers Association, another group of working men and women police officers who worked with building trades unions. The Richmond Election Reform Act. I find it hilarious, and as per usual, when people don't understand something or they want to make it go away, they call it racist. It's the first step that people do. And I think it's also hilarious that people in this city continue to try to push us to be more like Oakland. Oakland is a dumpster fire. There is nothing good coming out of Oakland. Why would we like to emulate anything like that? I just don't know. I encourage people to check out stoprcv.com. That's an act and group that is going against ranked choice voting in Oakland. That's stoprcv.com. I encourage you to take a look at it and understand ranked choice voting and why it's such a failure. On top of that, I think it's important for folks to know the issues that come from ranked choice voting. Ranked choice voting is a scheme to disconnect elections from issues and candidates with marginal support from voters to win. It obscures true debates and issue-driven dialogues among candidates and eliminates genuine binary choices between two top-tier candidates. It disenfranchises voters because ballots that do not include the two ultimate finalists are cast aside to manufacture a faux majority for the winner. That is what ranked choice voting is. Again, Oakland in groups and council members, people over in Oakland are actively trying to get rid of ranked choice voting. It's been a failure. And it'll be a failure here. But fortunately, like I said, over 10,000 folks in Richmond, voters, helped sign a petition to get the other ballot measure on the November election. So thankfully, we have that going for us. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Amber Hatfield.
Hello, good evening. My name is Amber Hatfield, and I'm a Richmond resident in District 3. And I wanted to express my support for the ranked choice voting measure to go onto the ballot. I think our current moment going into the presidential election this year, especially, but in, in all aspects of our society, we are increasingly polarized, and it's so upsetting. And I think that the more unity and working together that we can promote in all aspects of our civic lives, the better we can come together and learn to actually work things out. So that's just a way of saying I think that having a ranked choice voting system in which each person gets to list their preferences as opposed to just being one or no one else, and just being so polarized toward like one issue. I feel like that can really help bring us together, and that's my main point. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Emily Ross.
Good evening, council and community. I'm going to start by saying that I support plurality elections. It's the cheapest option and the one that's most familiar to voters and the most common voting system in the US. But that said, there is another measure coming to the ballot in November that is actually a threat to representative voting in Richmond by introducing primaries. That one is a huge bummer for the reasons folks named about, favoring older, richer, whiter, and more conservative electorate who are more likely to vote in primaries. I checked out the website that Ben recommended. Both coalition chairs listed on that are affiliated with the Heritage Foundation, whose mission is to build and promote conservative public policies, whereas instant runoff voting is sort of non-partisan by nature. So anyways, that measure got my attention on different electoral systems. So I'm just going to share a few reasons why I'm actually shifting from preferring plurality to instant runoff voting. Decreasing negative campaigning sounds cool. The attack campaigns in Richmond are pretty brutal. I like that it would increase voter turnout, which we really need, not only because of the voter education and outreach that would be done, but in addressing voter apathy. The equitable outcomes piece is promising, that data shows that more diverse candidates are elected, seems to be definitely an improvement over the primary measure and also over plurality. SEIU 10-to-1 support of this item is meaningful. I really trust our city workers. And yeah, gives people the opportunity to express preferences, all that good stuff. So I want to say my mind has been changed, and I encourage you to support this item. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Tarnal Abbott.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. Tarnal Abbott, Richmond resident. I support instant runoff voting and would like to see it enacted. And I think it really does provide for a more democratic vote than our current system of simple plurality. So I hope you'll vote for it. And I think it's appalling that major support for curtailing democracy by demanding a primary vote was allowed to pass and get on the ballot, and it's ridiculous. We don't need a primary election. Most cities don't. And so this is one other way to take care of it, and also to give us a more choice in our voting. So go for it. Thank you very much. Good night.
Thank you. And that was our last speaker.
Thank you. Do we have any questions from council members? Yes, Council Member McLaughlin.
Yes, there is one part of Exhibit A that I find a little unclear, and I don't know if it's just me or what, but in Section 3, where it says instant runoff voting underlined, that's on page 5 of 7, in, I guess this is the, let's see here, it's the actual initiative text, or no, it's the Exhibit A. I hope you're following me there. Okay, so it says the last sentence, and I'm going to read it and then tell you what I think is confusing and what I would suggest it be changed to. And like I said, if it's just me that finds this confusing, maybe it doesn't need to be changed. It says, at each round of counting, the candidate with the fewest votes is eliminated, and the votes given to the second choice are given to that candidate, which is then considered the operative vote and continues in subsequent rounds if needed. So it's that part that says, and the votes given to the second choice are given to that candidate. That to me seems a little confusing. I would suggest this to be more clear. At each round of counting, the candidate with the fewest votes is eliminated, and those voters who have had their first choice eliminated would have their votes go to their second choice candidate, which is then considered the operative vote, and continues in subsequent rounds if needed. It's like the word candidate, which candidate are they, I mean, I don't know if that makes sense, to others. Yeah.
It does. And City Attorney, I don't know if you...
No, I think it does for clarity. I'm stepping in here for Dave. I didn't, this isn't my work product, but I do think that it's
more clear.
It's more clear.
Okay, thanks.
And you're comfortable with it as well? Okay.
Councilmember Cepeda?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I had the same question too. When it was up on the screen, I was like, wait, what? Thank you for asking it. Thank you for the presentation. Who and how are we defining in section 5 reasonable cost? And is it reasonable cost for the onset, so for the first election, or is it going to be thereafter? If one year we're running short on money, and looking at Ms. Curl over there, and we don't have and we don't have the 75,000 or 100,000 to put towards this, do we just go back to the normal? And
I think you mean Mayor Curl in
our
this
future
scenario.
Mayor Curl.
But so this was a section that was suggested to be added by the city attorney's office, and so I am going to defer to the city attorney here, although I do want to emphasize what our current city attorney said, that this is Attorney Allshire's work product, and so perhaps Shannon gets.
Sorry, Shannon.
No, it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. One moment, I'm thinking about how to respond to your question, because it's a good question about what constitutes reasonable. And so I think the goal here was to, I don't really have a great answer for you because it's not defined specifically in what constitutes reasonable. So, I think that.
Can I make a suggestion?
Yeah.
So to me, if someone were to ask me what is reasonable, it would be based on like the impact to the general fund. So generally, that's how I would look at it. And if I believe there's a proposed budget that's been provided, right, for the implementation costs. And so if the council thinks that that's reasonable, then that's reasonable. I don't know that it would have an inverse impact on the general fund significantly, considering, our budget's about $250 million just for general fund, not including everything else. It's almost closer to $500 million.
I do want to, just to answer a separate part of your question, which is that once and the city attorney can correct me if I'm wrong here, but once the implementation ordinance is added and it is enacted as our system, it wouldn't be pulled back and forth based on what the budget is. So it wouldn't be that every budget there would be a decision as to whether to go to, because I think that was your question, right? Or a part of your question was, would we do it one year but not another year, et cetera? And so the intent of this section is that implementation or the beginning of moving to this would be contingent on the startup costs being reasonable as defined by council. Now, at the risk of making the city attorney who is not present angry, this was suggested by the city attorney. I don't know if it's a necessary section to include. I think there's an argument to be made that if the voters are saying that they would like this implemented, then that is what should determine when it should be implemented and not a vague as reasonable.
Well, I think thank you, but I think the enabling ordinance can kind of flesh out these questions in terms of the reasonableness of implementation, right? I mean, we can, and
the fiscal impact analysis that's required for the ballot measure, so that the finance director has to prepare.
I think there is and I would just say there is a question for the council, given that the council is voting on the ballot measure language. And this, my thought here is not contradicting anything that was just said, but sort of food for thought for council, that the ballot measure language that you saw before you, it says when reasonable, or what the language was, and that may be something that feels confusing to voters, may feel too vague, and so that is something that I imagine council could give direction on as well. So I think there is a real question here as to whether Section 5 should be included. But again, that was something that was crafted and inserted by the city attorney.
Because with that same, is the timing, so is it reasonable today as we're voting for it, because we can budget? Or is it going to be reasonable November 6th after it passes, or at November, well, whatever election? Like when, also the timing, because it might be different council at different times, so.
That's certainly true.
So I
And
think, okay, better
that's
direction.
certainly true. I mean, and as per what the city attorney was saying, my understanding would be when the implementing ordinance is being drafted and then brought forward to city council.
We can work through those details then, I think, in terms of, sorry, I just cut you off.
Please do.
Yeah, I mean, we can, I think that those are all good questions, right? And I think that we would want to really work through those details in the ordinance that you guys are going to have to, craft. And I think it would be a 3-step process. I mean, I think it would be a meeting to really gather feedback and solicit, your ideas, and then come with a first reading. We talked about this earlier, I think, and then second reading, so it'd be 3.
So now I'm confused on that part there, if I
The
may ask.
implementing ordinance?
Yeah, so don't we have to adopt it today because we have to put it up, send it to the county by August?
So we're not, what we're adopting today is the ballot language and the resolution attaching the ballot language on the November ballot. But what we're not doing, and what this allows us to do, it's amending the charter, but it allows us to, it authorizes the city council to adopt an implementing ordinance setting forth the details of this process to establish any necessary specific procedures to be used in this, and then in the IRV to provide clarity and assure the will of the majority prevails. So what you're adopting now is a resolution, adding amendments to the charter to allow, ranked choice voting to be, the ballot question to be considered by the electorate. But what you're not doing is, after, if, assuming it's passed, then there would be, the next step would be an implementing ordinance that would be kind of hopefully addressing these questions that you have.
Okay. Thank you.
I don't know if that answers.
And then still on the cost, because you brought up a great question, and there was a memo that we received from the county. In regards to the voter education, they mentioned on here that they were not going to be doing that, that's not on them to educate the voters. So do we have a budget for that as well?
That I would defer to the, I would defer to the city manager and to city council. It is a bit up to you if you have the budget for that. But I would, and again, I'm editorializing here, but Richmond's voter turnout is quite low. In a county, that's voter turnout is quite low. In a state, that's voter turnout is quite low. So we are a city that, I'll say that in the course of working with community to bring this forward and researching this, I would suggest to council that whether they move forward with this item or another one, to seriously consider investing in voter outreach and education in general, whether that be that we stay with plurality, whether the other ballot measure that was referenced this evening is brought forward. So I know that's a long answer to your question, but we really do have a community that is historically disenfranchised in a plethora of ways. Our country also is notorious for not making voting easy. And so I think it would behoove our city to undertake that process regardless. That being said, as far as the county clerk is letting us know right now, they will not be footing the bill on voter education, which makes sense. That's not the purview of the county clerk. It would be the purview of the city. I do want to bring forward something that, and I don't know if the folks who are online want to speak to this further, but it is also common that once one city moves to instant runoff voting in a county, that other cities begin to do so, and we are already seeing this being considered by other cities in Contra Costa, and then that usually leads to cost-sharing agreements between cities because it is a software that once it's again sort of flipped on by the county can be used across municipalities. So I know that this is a discussion in Albany, for instance, and other parts of Contra Costa County. So were other cities in the coming years to move to this system, it would also very likely reduce our costs over time. But I don't know if any of the folks on the call want to speak to this, but that's my understanding of.
Your three guests do have their hands raised to speak.
Do you want to say anything?
I can chime in here quickly. I've helped a number of cities in California, and I'm currently helping the city of Eureka transition to using ranked choice voting. And certainly there's some startup costs, but they tend to be more one-time, and then on an ongoing basis, you decide, and you actually have information from the ranked choice voting election where you can see which communities, which parts of the city aren't really using the votes effectively, and you can target your outreach to those parts of the city once you see that. And so it's really a tremendous wealth of information that you get from the ranked ballots and what part of the city is are using it effectively. It was mentioned earlier that you have to actually add additional software to the Dominion equipment. You don't. The Dominion equipment could run your election for ranked choice voting tomorrow. It's already got it built in there. It's already been certified and tested by the Secretary of State's office. It's just a matter of them. It's like if you get Windows from Microsoft and you want to use Microsoft Office, you have to pay for it, you have to get a password, and then it's already there. And so that's pretty analogous to what will happen with this system. This is the exact same equipment used in Alameda County, used in San Francisco. And so, there's a lot of knowns there. There aren't a whole lot of unknowns, to be honest, about that. 50 cities and a number of states across the country are using this method. Again, we kind of know at this point what the impact is going to be. Some people are still have a lot of misinformation out there about it, but generally speaking, you're going to get winners to have a majority of the vote. You're going to get this over in a single election instead of having winners winning in a June or March primary. You're going to see candidates that, if they can't expect to win with a majority outright, they are going to have to appeal to the voters of other candidates. And so that does tend to impact how they speak about those candidates. And so the quality of the debate can actually get more focused on issues rather than personalities. In terms of the cost, I think, from what you're going to see is that there's a licensing fee to the vendor, and then there's costs mostly for voter education. And you do want to do some kind of voter education, but other places that have gone through this, the cost of voter education is varied from anywhere from 10 cents per voter to 90 cents per voter. So you could kind of pick a number somewhere in the middle there. And some of us have been doing this for a while. We could help you design an effective voter education and outreach plan for a very cost-effective amount of money. You also can request from the registrar to pay for some of these upfront costs over time. Registrars typically do this. They don't necessarily always make you pay for things upfront all at once. And the one of your previous speakers did say that as other cities in Contra Costa County start using it, there is a cost sharing that's going on. So in Alameda County right now, you have 4 cities that are using ranked choice voting, and they are engaged in cost sharing the licensing fees and these sorts of things. And so if the registrar isn't necessarily willing to do that up front, you could ask the registrar, well, look, okay, down the road, if other cities do start using ranked choice voting, can we get a rebate on what we paid up front for all these other cities are now benefiting from? So there's ways to cut these costs initially if you get into conversation with your registrar. I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have about how this would unfold either today or as going forward. I'd be thrilled to help you work this out. Thank you.
Yeah, I would just add to that, the question asked in the term about reasonable costs. The city attorney put that in because at the time, the county register hadn't given any numbers. And so the intent was to give some flexibility. The alternative would be to say it's implemented by 2026 or something like that. So reasonable cost is what the city council decides after the measure is passed. So that was the intent. And you have to keep in mind, I think as was mentioned, we're comparing this to the other act, which would add a primary, which not only adds cost to the city for another election, but adds cost to the candidates in another campaign. So it's there's a reason that the city is considering this additional cost is to avoid other costs.
Thank you. And I'm just reading the letter from the clerk, from the county clerk of elections. So it's about 100,000 ongoing cost is what she had on the letter there. Yeah, I just want to make sure that we put something in there that we can better define what that is and that it doesn't get re-questioned for that cost, or since we already know it. And then again, if this passes, does this automatically mean that our future Mayor Curl is going to put it on the budget?
In the past, when these things have passed, there's a process that we work through internally. And so we would incorporate it at the next available time for the budget. And normally what happens is the city manager, the city attorney, and the city clerk's office work together. And there's an outreach plan developed. Sometimes it's done with staff because it's just education, and other instances, other entities have been engaged, but that was primarily when redistricting was involved. So we will move forward as directed.
All right, thank you. No other questions. Thank you. Thank you.
Any other questions? If not, then
I have one more comment, if I may, just quickly.
Yes.
I forgot to say, I would recommend, rather than saying when this becomes reasonably affordable, or whatever the wording was, you put a hard date in there of, say, for example, November 2026, and then you include an opt-out clause if for some reason you're not ready. That's typically what other cities have done. Having a hard date kind of focuses the mind. And so everybody understands, okay, here's the date we're all aiming for. And otherwise, sometimes these cans tend to get kicked down the road because there's just so many other issues you got to deal with. And so I would just recommend thinking about putting in a hard date with an opt-out if you think that's necessary. That gives you that opportunity, that leverage to move further to 2028 if you need to. But a hard date, I think, is useful in a situation like this.
Councilmember McLaughlin.
So along those lines, what would you suggest? So for some reason, I can't find the exact language of that the voters will be voting on. And I have all the paper. Oh, I have it here.
Mayor,
Okay, I got
Mayor,
it.
Has I believe the city clerk, Pam, I'm sorry, but has there been any correspondence where the county has? Oh, okay.
I just want to explain, because I haven't had a chance to say what I'm saying. And then if you have that question for the city clerk, please feel free. So I found it right here. It says, the question for the voters is, shall the City of Richmond charter be amended to authorize use of instant runoff voting, also known as ranked choice voting, to allow Richmond voters to rank mayor and city council election candidates in order of preference on their ballots? Which voting system would be implemented once it becomes technically and financially feasible through the counties, the Contra Costa County Register of Voters, and upon adoption of an implementing ordinance by the Richmond City Council? So this person who, I'm sorry, I can't remember the name, but I thought it was a good point, because I was going to say, shouldn't we have a date certain? But then I thought, well, what if we don't reach it? But this opt-out idea is interesting. So how would that be changed? Which voting system would be implemented by November 26, unless opted out? Or how would you suggest that language go forward? Unless anybody else has an idea.
And and this is an indirect answer to your question, but my understanding of the language of the recommended action is that we do have the opportunity after, if the council does vote to move this forward, the recommended action does authorize the city attorney's office to make necessary edits before this is submitted to the, before the city clerk submits it.
I see.
So all that's to say that these are all things that I certainly am noting, and that our office can work with the city attorney's office to, and with any suggestions that the council is liking, and of course with the folks who have been, and I just want to note for the public and council, the folks who've joined us online are community members who have been helping from start to finish, and so a valuable resource that we're more than happy to continue to collaborate with on such questions.
Wonderful. Okay, that sounds fine to me. And City Manager, I apologize for cutting you off. I just wanted to finish my thought and I found it. And so, but if you had more to add, please do.
I have no further comments.
Okay, thanks.
Stephen, excuse me, Mayor, Stephen Hill has his hand up again.
Please.
I was just simply going to say that typical language that is used in a situation like this is to say, unless the city, unless the election officials indicate that for technical reasons, the voting equipment is not ready, in which case there will be an opt-out for one election cycle. Something like that is the type of language that is typically used in a situation like this.
Okay.
I would move the resolution with, and authorize the city attorney's office and staff to finalize any necessary documents related to the ballot measure, making sure that some change of language in terms of the question posed to the voters occurs, and also in the initiative text and in Exhibit A, it's made more clear. And I could read what that statement that I had said, so that this is under Section 3, and the last sentence of the instant runoff paragraph would have this phrase eliminated, and the votes given to the second choice are given to that candidate. And instead insert, and those voters who have had their first choice eliminated would have their votes go to their second choice candidate. So that's the motion, yeah.
All right, motion by McLaughlin and seconded by Councilmember Willis.
Are we ready? Councilmember McLaughlin?
Yes.
Councilmember Robinson?
Yes.
Councilmember Willis?
Yes.
Councilmember Zepeda?
Yes.
And Mayor Martinez.
Yes.
The motion passes with Councilmember Bana and Vice Mayor Jimenez absent.
Thank you, City Council and Mayor, and thank you to our guests who joined us online this evening.
Thank you. Next item.
All right, our last item is item X2, is to direct the city manager or designee to develop and issue a request for proposal to retain a polling company to poll the community regarding the placement of a bond measure on the November 2024 ballot to construct a public safety building, upgrade fire departments, expand and enhance the main library, and upgrade community centers such as MLK and Nevin. Authorize the city manager or designee to enter into a contract with a polling company for up to $50,000. Direct the city attorney's office to draft a bond measure and supporting documents for council to review, and call 2 special meetings. The first meeting to consider the resolution of necessity related to the bond measure and the first reading of the bond measure ordinance, and a second meeting to occur no later than July 31st, 2024, to consider polling results and adopt the final bond measure for the November 2024 ballot and appropriate $50,000 from the general fund. We have one in-person speaker. If there's anyone joining us online that would like to address the council on this item, please raise your hand at this time.
you want me to speak to it first, or you want to take public comment?
No, speak to it. Perfect. We have
Thank-
to frame it.
Perfect. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. To put a little frame on this here, I am bringing this item up to try to do a poll, a community poll, to tell us if there's appetite out there in the community to do a bond. As we've seen in many prior meetings when we've done budget, there's a lot of shortfalls in the way that we are prioritizing some of the money that we need, and not even just prioritizing, but we run out of money sometimes. And there are a lot of plans out there, including the library, the police station, fire stations. Some of these plans are over 10 years old, and they have never moved forward because we don't have that funding. And it's unfair to the community that we are not giving them the opportunity to speak, to say, yes, we need to prioritize this. In case of an emergency, in case of a big earthquake, some of our fire stations might not be standing. Some of them are very old. They don't have the services. They don't have the ability to stay up. We're going to need to call the fire department and other fire departments to help them get out of there. Our police station needs to be moved back. We're paying about $3 million every single year. So this is part of being fiscally responsible. How do we tell our voters that we're going to be fiscally responsible when we're not looking out for all the dollars? We have had, again, plans in the past, and some of them are old as 10 plus years, and they've never moved forward because we don't have the funding. So while we don't have the poll yet, we need to start considering this information and considering at least doing the poll to see if the community is willing to potentially pay something. And there's a possibility, and my goal is that we don't put a new tax into people's tax roll, that we can find a potential bond, that we can find other means to pay for this, but it's at least giving us the opportunity to ask the voters if this is something that they want. And the difference between a bond and a regular tax, we are going to let them know what this money is going to be used for. The money is going to be used to build a public safety building, to upgrade our fire stations, and to make sure that every community has a community center. Some of these community centers are also outdated, and some communities don't have community centers at all. So we want to make sure that everyone has a place to be able to go. Right now we have a heat wave. Wouldn't it be great to have community centers around Richmond that could all be opened for all of our community to be able to provide those services? So again, I bring this forward in hopes that we have the opportunity to give the voters the opportunity to tell us whether they will like this bond to move forward or not. So I will pause there and being able to give the opportunity for any public comment.
Public comment, please.
We have one in-person speaker, Michelle Marlin.
Good evening. Once again, I'm introducing myself as Michelle Milam, and I am the president of the Richmond Public Library Foundation. But long before I held that position, I was a camp counselor at Girls Inc., where I believe Turnell Abbott was a children's librarian, and I took 7- and 8-year-olds to the library. One of the reasons why I think it's important for us to consider this is because the Richmond Public Library has been working diligently for 20 years when libraries were closing back in those days when we had budget issues to try to expand the library. We at the Richmond Public Library Foundation were founded to save libraries initially, and now we're working on trying to see the library expanded. We know that there's been a great investment in the library. We actually paid for the grant writers initially to get that seed money that got the grant from the state to be able to help expand our libraries. And we went to the community meetings. And what they told us at the community meetings is that we definitely want to see the rehab of the library, but we'd like to see expanded services. We'd like to see those kinds of opportunities available in Richmond. We have the oldest library, I believe, in the county. Pleasant Hill, San Pablo, everyone has been able to develop a library, and there's an opportunity for us to be able to do that as well. In addition, we're going to be entering into a contract for our public safety building, where we're going to be paying millions of dollars to be in a building that we don't own, that we're paying in rent, that we could be paying on debt service. It's kind of like if you're refinancing your house. I mean, do you want to rent or do you want to own? So the question is that we're posing today is not about a bond. This is not something you have to put on the ballot. This is really authorizing a public poll that's not paid for by any outside entity. It's the city of Richmond to ask the voters, out of all these capital improvement projects, which are you interested in? And look at what are you willing to pay. We're supportive at the Library Foundation, obviously, of looking at ways to look at sunsetting bonds so that we can be able to expand that opportunity without raising taxes. So those are the things that we're hoping that you'll consider tonight for the poll.
Okay, now we'll move on to our online speakers. Right now we have 3 speakers.
The speakers are Benjamin Terrio, Marisol Cantu, and Emily Ross. Oh, Marisol Cantu?
Hi, thank you. My name is Marisol Cantu. Once again, I adamantly oppose this. I am disgusted and appalled that this is even coming on the very last day before a very long recess. There is no detail. Where was the presentation, Councilmember Cepeda? Instant runoff voting, very detailed plan. I know nothing. I have no information, no city staff presentation on this ballot measure. This is just out of line to come this late into a meeting to ask for this. I also am extremely concerned around the framing of this. This is not a public safety office. This is another cop city, another training center. Are we going to go down the lines of the San Pablo cop campus that is currently being built right now? If you want to manage the budget, why don't you look at the 40% of our budget that is going to the current police department? Why don't you look at the minimum staffing levels and start cutting the staff that is going on in that police? Why don't you stop militarizing our police and looking at the weapons that they're holding and cut down the vehicles that they're holding? Be fiscally responsible. Do not put this on voters. Do not put this on the taxpayers. This is one of the most outrageous ballot measures that I have seen, and it's taken from the playbook of San Pablo. San Pablo also put up a police center, a new facility along right next to a housing unit. And everybody wants housing, so they say no to that. Just like this, nobody would say no to a library. This is tricking the public. It is not well thought out. It is extremely concerning, and it is backed by the police union under the guise of public safety. I completely oppose this.
The next speaker is Emily Ross.
Good evening, council and community. I've already spoken a few times tonight, so I'm going to try to keep this really brief. One concern is just why is this coming to the public now? Richmond is moving forward with 3 ballot measures, and we've known about all 3 of those for months. And the second concern is just that it's a significant piece of policy with multiple steps. The recommended action is 5 parts. I don't understand how a contract is going to be turned around that quickly. Like even with sole source contracts, I haven't seen one get initiated and execute. Like there's definitely no opportunity for an RFP, and it would have to get initiated and executed and have the work get done in less than a month. So I don't think that is really doing the polling justice. Let alone like asking our city attorney to put together a measure. I think I'm hearing maybe the measure wouldn't move forward, but like based on the agenda documents, it seems that a measure would go forward to meet the August 9th deadline for this year. So I encourage you to, nothing against, like things need to be funded and a bond may be one way to do it, but this timeline seems problematic. Thank you so much.
The next speaker is Ben Terrio.
Ontario, President of the Richmond Police Officers Association. Good evening. On this matter, it's just simply a poll. That's a poll to get a temperature check to see where some things are at. Because quite frankly, a lot of the other things that are moving forward are going to be moving forward at a snail's pace. If the Chevron tax goes through, well, for one, I guess it's already being litigated before it even hits the ballot measure. But let's say that works out. Well, there's going to be a lawsuit the next day after it passes. And so that's going to hang up all of that money. So we need to find a way to restart restructuring some things, whether that's changing some bonds and things that are already on people's tax rolls, et cetera. But we need to have a poll, and we need to take a look and see what the appetite is to fix some of our public buildings in our city. Spending a bunch of money on a police station that we don't own is ridiculous. It's been ridiculous for a long time. It was actually never supposed to happen. Allowing our fire stations to turn into dilapidated resources that could potentially be issues for emergency management is an unacceptable outcome for the people in this city. Having community centers that take forever to get rebuilt or redone or fixed up is, again, ridiculous. Shouldn't be that way. And this isn't a big deal. It's just simply a poll, and that's it. It's a step in the right direction. It's nothing more than that. Thank you.
Thank you. That was our last speaker.
Thank you. Do we have any speakers? Yes, Councilmember Robinson.
The staff has a presenter as well.
Oh.
Sorry, the staff, Nikki, I don't know if you're ready, but they have someone to tell us a little more about how the bonds work and the different types of bonds.
We should have done that before the public comment.
Oh, sorry.
Good evening, Council. We do have Mark Norcroft of NHA Advisors here to briefly describe how general obligation bonds work and other information. I will turn it over to Mark.
Thank you, Nikki. Can everyone hear me okay? Yes, no? I'll go ahead. Can we get my PowerPoint up on the screen? There we go. Thank you. Next slide, please. Just a little background, general obligation bonds. They are paid by a special voter-approved surcharge on the property tax bills. So it's an increase in your property tax as a homeowner, for example, in Richmond. The amount of the bond levy appears as a separate line item on your tax bill. And it includes the amount of the levy, and it's on every single property tax bill. That levy is based solely on the assessed valuation of the property. And obviously, just as everyone knows, assessed valuation in California is not the same as market valuation. It's typically lower, okay? Any other forms of local debt, City of Richmond or any other public entity in the area that are not secured by a direct levy on the property tax bill do not appear on the property tax bill. So yes, the City of Richmond has other debt obligations out there, but if they aren't secured by the property tax, which is what a general obligation bond is, they don't appear in the property tax bill. The bonds typically have 30-year terms, and they are considered really the strongest possible credit, and they sell at the lowest possible interest rate for any given issuer. So before I move on and get into a little bit of quant, any questions on just a high-level overview of what a general obligation bond is?
Councilmember McLaughlin.
Okay, hearing none. Next slide.
No. Yes, obviously you can't hear us.
Now I can. I can hear you just fine, Mayor.
Okay.
Right. Councilmember McLaughlin.
Okay, so here's my question. So you're calling these general obligation bonds. So there are also bonds that the council can float on our own, right? Although they will not be charged to the public. Is that correct? And are they called something different than general obligation bonds?
They are, council member. They're called lease revenue bonds or certificates of participation. The words are different, but they mean the same thing. And they are secured by essentially a promise to pay out of your available general fund revenues. But there is no increase in revenue to the general fund from the issuance of those bonds. There's no tax increase. You're just saying, this is our existing pot of money we get every year in the general fund. We're going to allocate a portion of it to paying the debt service on these bonds. And so, yes, the city of Richmond has got such bonds outstanding. A general obligation bond is different because you are increasing the property tax levy on your property owners in the community to pay debt service on those bonds.
Thank you.
You may continue.
Okay, great. Thank you. Next slide, please. Just basic assumptions. Working with Deputy City Manager Maste, we came up with a range to respond to the council members' concerns on what needs to be funded between 150 million and 350 million. We assumed an issuance next year. Now that's what would not happen at that time, but that's just for the sake of simplifying the mathematics. 30-year term, level debt service. That means every year you try to have the same annual payment. A 4.75% fixed interest rate. That's high. We're being conservative. It'd probably be maybe half a point lower, 4.25. We assume that the assessed valuation in the city of Richmond goes up at an average annual rate of 2%. As you know, if you already own a piece of property, Prop 13 limits your increase in assessed valuation to 2% a year. Your actual growth rate has been the 4 to 5% range recently. So that's a conservative assumption. It does tend to lower the tax levy over time. Short notice, we were not able to get the actual average assessed valuation for a home in Richmond. On Zillow, the average market value is $650,000. For a combination of lowering it because assessed valuation runs lower and having a nice round number, we pulled 500,000 out as being the assumption for the average assessed value of a single family residence. Again, next slide, we want to get to what the impact is on the average homeowner in Richmond. Next, first questions, then I'll go to the next slide. Okay, hearing none. All right, let's go to the next slide. Thank you. Okay, the current combined property tax levy in the city of Richmond is around 1.4% of assessed valuation. Of that, 1% is the Prop 13 base rate that goes back to 1978. That extra 0.4% is everybody else's assessments, general school bonds, you name it, that's tacked onto the property tax bill. Put simply, that blue line is the $150 million number. That is a graphic indication of the increase in the combined levy should a $150 million bond go on the ballot and get a 2/3 vote and be approved. And you can see it looks relatively modest. The $350 million number is, I wouldn't call it modest. That would probably show up as a blip on the radar screen of property taxpayers. I'm being opinionated here, but you can see it's 1.55, maybe pushing 1.6%. So, and it goes out 30 years. So that gives you an idea of the scale of overall tax increase for property owners in Richmond. Questions, please, before the next slide. Okay, hearing none. All right. So what's this going to cost the average homeowner, assuming the average home in Richmond is a $500,000 assessed valuation, which I could be wrong on. But that was our best guess on short notice here. The taxes will go down over time. So this is a tough question when you're speaking of polling, going out and talking to people, or if you're elected and you're advocating this, do you tell them what the maximum is, or you tell them what the average is? And the reason why there's a difference is because the assessed valuations go up over time historically in our state, and it's 2% a year. And this big difference between maximum and average is really solely due to just a 2% increase in AV per years. If it's higher, the difference between average and maximum would be greater. But the political impact, I've done this for a long time, and I'm speaking with some experience. If you tell people the average, you're being truthful, and here you're being conservative. But the first year they see it on their property tax bill, they open it up in October, they aren't going to see the average. They're going to see the maximum because that's going to be the highest year. And so you got to deal with the political impact of that. So on a $150 million GO bond, assuming my $500,000 home AV is in the ballpark, it's $250 a house. On a $350 million GO bond, it's $580. I would round up and just say it's $600 a house. The averages are way lower, but you just, there's no way around the fact that the first time they open up their property tax bill, they will see the maximum. I want to pause here. Questions, any discussion on this? This is an important point.
Yes, I think you're going to have to do the entire bit all over again because we had a question and we were trying to get your attention, but you obviously couldn't hear us.
Sorry.
So
Okay.
could you start from the beginning again on that section so we can understand what it was you were sharing with us?
That same slide, Mayor?
The entire thing.
The entire thing. Okay, let's go back to the beginning. And I want the question.
Can you ask the question that you had, Councilmember Robinson?
I feel like you can just go to the last slide and I'll ask the question. I can put together the two questions.
Okay.
All right. My apologies. I didn't hear you, council member, and we'll get your question answered. So let's pull the slides up there.
Okay, next slide.
Okay, we'll go to the end here. I think we're almost to the end. This is a short presentation. All right, next slide.
There.
Is that our last slide, Nikki?
Actually, Mark, if you could go over this slide here, slide 5 again, that would be great.
Okay, all right. I am happy to do that. Okay. So, from the beginning, this is assuming, what I want to do is give you an idea of what the average homeowner in Richmond would pay on this bond, okay? And to do that, we have to make an assumption, not what the average market value of a home is in Richmond, but what the average assessed valuation of a home in Richmond is. We can, with a little extra work, get that number from the county. We had a little short notice. We weren't able to get it today. So we basically, using Zillow, we backed into a number of 500,000. It's it's significantly less than what the Zillow average market value is. And it's a nice round number. The maximum is what the homeowner will see on their property tax bill, the first bill they get after the bonds are issued. And so that means that the first time the bonds show up on the property tax bill, if it's $150 million on the bond size, the homeowner on average is going to see a $250, $249.08 tax bill on their home. If it's $350 million bond issue, they're going to see $581.31 as the average on their tax bill. That number goes down over time because it's based on the assessed valuation. And as the assessed valuation of the whole community of Richmond goes up, the average levy per property per home goes down. And that's why you get an average and a minimum that are a lot less than the maximum. It's on the assumption that assessed valuation just keeps growing in the community for the next 30 years. Now that can be a dangerous assumption. We assumed that the assessed valuation in the community would only grow at 2% per year, which is the maximum allowed by Prop 13 until you sell your property. Your actual AV has been growing by a significantly higher rate. It's been in the 4 to 5% range. So let's pause here, and I really want to get questions out, and hopefully I can answer them.
Councilmember Robinson.
Okay, so.
Can you hear us?
Yeah, can you hear me?
I can hear you. Great,
Awesome.
thank you.
That's great. So there is a great concern, I think, especially amongst people who have fixed incomes around increases in annual tax rates. And my question about one of the last slides you had, when you're talking about what would be assessed in average and whatever, is that just for this particular bond? Or are you looking at what the tax rate would be considering all of the taxes?
There is a slide that we showed the combined tax rate increase graphically.
That slide was not in dollars and cents. It was in kind of percentages, which is a little abstract.
Okay, so let's make up a number here. We'll use really rough numbers here, just we can make it easy, particularly for me because I have to do math in my head. 1.4% and change is about your average combined levy in the city of Richmond. It's a little higher than that, but varies. So multiply 500,000, if that's a good average assessed valuation on a home, and I think it's close, by 1.4%, you come out with about $7,000 a year as the average annual property tax bill for a homeowner in Richmond. And so what we're doing on the $150 million scenario, council member, we're taking that $7,000 and we're adding $250 a year to it. So it goes from $7,000 to $7,250. If we do the $350 million, the high range, we're taking the $7,000 and we're adding $580 to it a year, and it now goes to $7,500 and change, or close to $7,600. Does that address your question, council member?
Yeah, that's exactly addresses my question. Thank you.
Great.
Mayor, if I may, also, Mark, can you describe what would happen for properties, for example, that are significantly impacted by Prop 13? So, for example, maybe a senior who's owned their home for 25 or 30 years. What would that look like?
Well, that's a great question, city manager. And let's just say that in that case, you go back to Prop 13 or darn close, maybe your assessed valuation is a mere $200,000, pulling a number out of the air. And so your base would be 1.4% times 200,000. We can do that math. 2 times 14 is 28. So you're paying about $2,800 a year. I'm doing math in my head. Based on the assessed valuation of your home, the $150 million scenario would probably result in about $100 a year tax increase. So your $2,800 goes to $2,900. On the $350 million scenario, again, doing math in my head, your $2,800 goes up by $250, so it'd be $3,000 and change. And so it's, again, the key thing here is that particularly for people on fixed incomes or who've been in their homes for a long time, the increase in taxes is a percentage, it's a flat percentage, it's pro rata. And so you're not saying, hey, this is $250 a house, whether you've been in your home for 40 years under Prop 13 or you just bought it. It doesn't work that way. It's pro rata based on the assessed valuation.
So one more question and kind of a follow-up to that is, how does Prop 13 work if somebody is like refinanced or something like that? Does that affect these things? Is it the day you bought your home, or is it,
It's the day you bought your home. Yeah, you can refi your loan as much as you want. It doesn't affect your value, but if you sell it, the buyer is starting all over again at the sales price, the new sales price.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Councilmember Willis?
I actually would be remiss if I didn't request this in the spirit of fairness. Would it be okay for folks to sign up for an additional 1 minute if they want to, because they didn't get a chance to see the presentation before public comment?
Sure. Yeah. But we need to finish the presentation.
Yeah.
Continue, Mark.
Okay, great. Thank you. Do we have another slide? I think this really is the bottom line here. Yeah, I think that's it. This is the story. It's short and sweet. Just want to give you all an idea of what the impact is on your voters and your homeowners.
All right. So the speakers that we had will have an extra minute.
Michelle Milam.
I want to thank you for the presentation. Just continuing my comments, the reason why I think it's important to do polling is that polling does not commit you to voting on a bond. I believe in fiscal accountability and responsibility. People are going through tough times right now. The folks that we poll before we spend money putting something forward on the ballot might decide, you know what, we'd like to be able to revamp some of these things, but we don't really want to pay that $200. And that's okay. That's what a poll is supposed to do. This is not about voting on a bond measure at this point in time. This is about getting good information for you all as council members and from the public to be able to make a decision. And the one final thing I will say is that we have a lot of division in this city. One thing I think that should unite us, whether we do this now or 10 years from now, is how we bring our city services back together, and maybe how we bring our city back together.
Okay, we have 2 online speakers.
Marisol Cantu, you will have 1 minute.
Hi, thank you so much. And thank you, Councilmember Willis. I want to reiterate that this is actually not about polling, because that entire presentation was about bond measures and on homeowners' taxes. So this misinformation that this is only about polling is completely skewed. Also, for $50,000, this is not financially sound to do a poll, especially when we have seen polls in the community that are done by consultants that tend to favor upper class, middle class, white people that have time to take polls. They're usually not done with a racial or social or equitable lens. I'm all for polling. I know many organizations that poll thousands of community members, and yet more money in the middle of summer recess is not the way to go. Thank you for the time.
Thank you. Ben Terrio?
First of all, Melvin, thank you. That's awesome and the appropriate thing to do. Secondly, again, it's just a poll. That's all it is. Richmond's a majority minority city. I just don't understand this obsession with race and have to do with polling data and everything else. Us trying to cloud the issue. We need to take a look and see if these things are even feasible. See if it's an appetite that people want to pursue. And you can only go one step at a time. So relax. And this is a good idea. It gets us an idea of where we can get some of our public safety services and community services in line. And we really need that in the city. Thank you.
Thank you. There are no more speakers.
All right. Anyone else? Yes. Yeah. Go ahead.
I'm just going to say, it's not that something like this couldn't happen at some time in the future, but at this point, to push this at this late date, because it does state quite clearly that it's to direct the city manager to do an RFP with a polling company, blah, blah, blah. And I mean, I don't want to read all the language, but let me get to the point that it says, and direct the city attorney's office to draft a bond measure and supporting documents for city council to review and call two special meetings. The first to consider the resolution of necessity and the first reading of the bond measure ordinance, and the second to occur no later than July 31st. So it's been stated, we already have 3 ballot measures that will be on the ballot. And here it is on the last meeting that we have scheduled before the break. And and you're asking for a lot to happen. And I don't think there would be enough time to do a fair poll. And I think you do need a fair poll in order to get a sense of what the voters want. And I also don't think it's fair. So I don't think it's fair to the homeowners that will, that don't make it to the poll. And I don't think it's fair to our city attorney's office, who has so much to do in the next month in terms of these 3 ballot measures that will be going on, as well as other litigation issues that we have, and that some of them have a time frame that is very time sensitive. And so although I understand, these are, valid issues that the community would need, community centers, et cetera. And I understand about the public safety building, and we did discuss in closed session the issue of the rental for which we would still have to pay, even if something like this happened. We still have to put forward the rent for the current building that the police department is operating out of, because this would not happen. I think this is correct. City manager, isn't that correct? When does the lease expire, or when would we?
The lease expires at the end of the year.
Yeah, so the fact is that, this would be something that we have to do before the end of the year to determine, going forward with an extension of the lease. So I don't think this allows for enough time to do a fair poll or to do all the things that would require to get it on the ballot should the poll indicate that that was the way to go. Now, I asked the question about could we do a bond separately from a voter's bond, and the answer was yes, and I knew that because we have done that in the past. And that is something that the council can consider, this council or a future council. But this is too tight of a time frame. And, I think was worth the discussion. I think it plants seeds in everyone, but I cannot support this. I don't think it's fair to anyone, and I want to see fairness occur in terms of, especially our homeowners. Let's face it, we have people just hanging on in terms of what they can afford, and to push this with an unfair poll in a time frame that is so short, which is, I'm not saying you wouldn't try to make it fair, but given the short time frame, I don't see how it could be. So that's all I have to say.
I'd like to speak up next. For the speakers who say that this is only a poll, they haven't read the rest of it. I mean, it's not only a poll. It's a poll to put a measure on the November 2024 ballot. It's a poll to and then on top of that, it has 4 other steps aside from the poll. It's to direct the city attorney's office to draft a bond measure and supporting documents, to call 2 special meetings, and then to appropriate $500,000 for the general fund for doing this. 50,000, thank you. 50,000. Yeah.
What's the zero?
Yeah. Anyway, we are asking voters or the public to consider a bond with no idea of what the bond is for. I mean, they're for concepts, but we need to have more than concepts. We need to have something definite. You know, I mean, a police station where? Library improvements, what sort of library improvements? Community centers, which community centers? How much will they cost? We need to have figures that will guide the money that we're asking the public to support in these bonds. It's too much, too little time, and too much vagueness in terms of what the bond will be for. So I cannot support this. It does not, you know, if we pass the bond, it doesn't mean that this police station is just going to suddenly appear on the corner, you know, next to the library or next to the art center. You know, it's going to take a lot of planning and a lot of work to actually figure out how we want to move forward. And I think we need to figure out how we want to move forward before we start asking for money.
Can I respond since it's my item?
Doria, and then, no, actually, yeah, go ahead.
Yep, thank you. Mr. Mayor, great questions, and as well, Councilmember McLaughlin. So we have a process that I was trying to follow, which is a tricky, which one do you do first? So I can't give direction to staff to do all this work that you are asking for before bringing it forward. So this is kind of that first step, because I can't have them do all that. However, I did do some due diligence, called around a couple of pollsters to see how much time they needed. They don't need a lot of time to give us some good data. And that's why it seems to be crammed in here, but it's not. It's already checked, so they can do it. Check in with staff. They can do a quick RFP. We know it's the holiday, but they think they can get it out within a week. The pollster's going to give us data within about 2 weeks, and then that's where the special meeting will come in. I also checked with our city attorney to see if any staff had ever done anything like this before. They have a template that they can use that's very similar to what we might want to achieve. So there's not going to be a lot of time, so we can get it done. And now not everybody said yes, it's a very short time frame, but it's doable if we wanted to do it. And in regards to all the items that we wanted to do, it's already been put in front of us. If we paid attention to all the different presentations we received, for example, during our budget meeting that we had, the library gave us a presentation of what money they need, and I asked specifically to them, when do you need to know by, if we're going to expand the library, that you're going to have additional funding? And they said by November, December, the latest, so they can know how to plan it. And they gave us a presentation. For example, they'll include a teen room, private study rooms, local history room for libraries, Richmond's collection, marketplace, additional space for children's programming. I won't read the whole thing because it's already presented to us. Also in the same presentation, we're able to see that we need more money for the Booker T. Anderson Center. And they list on there what it is that we need. In previous budget presentations, we received presentations to let us know that Station 63, for example, needs $3 million in funding, and we only funded $300,000. So we have some of this information already. We just haven't had the money to being able to put in front of it. And I definitely get the timing, and I definitely get that it's not all sorted out, but it has been. And the Station 66 and 67, they did a study 10 years ago of what they needed to do to upgrade the stations, but we didn't have the money. So all the planning that we could do, if we don't have the money, we're back to square one, because whenever we're ready again, we have to pay for that study all over again. But if we don't have the funding mechanism, it's done, right? So what's been missing all these past years is the funding, and that's what we're trying to get to.
So you have the numbers for the Martin Luther King Jr. Community Center and the Nevin Community Center?
Yes, it's in prior meetings for the MLK Center. I just have to find where it's at. But I know that the city gave us that information. It was I think it was 35 million. I didn't write it down here. Actually, I think I might have. MLK Center, 15 million. It was in the previous presentation.
But that's not based on, all there is currently is a very 10-year-old schematic.
Yes,
And
it's a
so
10-year-old schematic. And
that
that's
probably is very, very far off of
Yes.
what the current cost
But
might
that's
be.
what I was getting at, is that we planned many years ago for something and they're old, so we have to upgrade them. So and we're not going to be able to fund all of them, all right? So we can figure out how much. Maybe it's a lot less money. Maybe it's 100 million versus 300 million, whatever it might be. But we have to start putting some of these. We have all these projects that we're not able to fund, and whenever we get enough money to hire a consultant, because we pay a lot of consultants, whenever we get enough money to hire another consultant, we're going to go and plan for something that we're going to then put on the shelf for another 10 years because we don't have the money to follow through with it. So we don't have to fund all of them, but that 15 million for the MLK Center, we can then say, okay, now we have the money, let's go and get a new plan. And maybe it's 20 million, but we have the money to back it up. Same thing for everything else, Station 66, 67, we're going to have that funding to be able to back it up. And also, bonds does not mean we bond and we take all that money at once. This is just asking the voters permission for us to go out and try to get that money. So we could say, we're only going to do 50 million this year, and maybe next year, you know what, it's a bad year, we don't want to do it. Let's hold off, maybe the third year we can get some more. Doesn't mean we bond all at the same time. So it will be in short pieces.
So if we bond for 50 million, then the taxpayers would only pay for 50 million?
Yes. Yeah, so it's only based on that amount. So we're not going to ask them to pay for the whole, let's say 300 million. We're not asking them for the whole 300 million. It's only based on that particular money that we bond. And we can say, and I hear Shasta telling me all the time, we don't know what next year is going to bring, right? And everybody laughs because we ever heard it in terms of the interest rate. So we could decide 2015 or I don't know what you're in, 2025, it's not a good year. We push it to 2026.
But if we bond for 50 million next year and then bond for another 50 million the following year, doesn't that extend the 30-year bonding rate?
Yeah, yes, but it's based on that 50 that we were doing. So it's 50 the first 50 million, or 30 for the first 50 million, and then 30 for the next 50 million.
Right. So then,
then
it extends the amount of time that homeowners will be paying.
Yes, but is that 50 million increment or whatever increment we decide to do?
Right. Yes. Go ahead.
Yeah. Okay. So I just have some comments that I want to make sure to kind of get out there. And the first thing is that, I'm of the mind that we absolutely need to find a new home for the police station. Throwing away a few $1 million on that rental is not the best use of our funds. That absolutely needs to happen, as well as, the fire stations, community centers. We have a lot of needs. I think my concern is that, over this last almost 2 years, I feel like I've been learning about a process of the city learning about what the needs are, and there's still a lot of questions. In one of the things that is proposed, if we do have surplus funds, is to do a facilities assessment, which I actually feel like we would need before we start talking about what kind of funding mechanisms we may or may not use, so we understand the full need of all the facilities and pitch and put together a package of the right things. Right. And I do worry that, so much of our budgeting is kind of like whatever's the loudest, the squeakiest wheel, the loudest advocate, and not necessarily, it doesn't seem to have the amount of planning and rhyme and reason that I would like. We're kind of guilty of playing into that as council members who are trying to advocate for things in our district and whatnot. But I feel like we need a more comprehensive plan to address the kind of built environment assets that need a lot of investment. I feel like we really need a plan, and I feel like it's possible if we understand exactly what we're doing, we're moving according to a plan, that this tool of a bond could be a perfectly fine tool to use. But I feel like we need to use it sparingly. It has the most impact on individual residents. And I do worry about the people who are seriously scraping by, who may be new homeowners or who may be seniors, and that $200 is their food money. I do worry about that. So I want to have a plan. I guess I just want a plan. I also am just worried about the way the language is showing up here. Just thinking in general about what people who have wanted the MLK Center back, in many senses, this feels like it's like a carrot. You might get your center if you vote for this, but the way it's in here, it's like it's expand and enhance, upgrade community centers. Well, that's a big upgrade from nothing to a whole center. I imagine too that, from I think the number that was thrown out, the number that we would need to build a new police station was like $100 million. And so I'm kind of like, okay, what is the minimum bond that we would need to realize the full of any of these projects? And again, that $100 million was based on rough numbers. And so once you get into the construction process, those numbers are going to go up, always go up. They always do, And so I guess I'm just worried that we're going to, that we haven't thought enough about what the real need is and created a really multi-layered kind of financial plan in order to get there. And I say that to say that I don't think that if it doesn't pass tonight, that we just never do it and we're never going to cross this road. We're not going to do bonds. That's not what I'm thinking. It's still a tool in our toolbox, but I feel like we need a plan to get there, because I feel like that what's missing in the plan tonight is not the research that you did. That's good. That's good research. What's missing is a full understanding of our facilities needs and a better understanding of the magnitude of funding that we need to address any number of those. Because if we get a $150 million bond, and it turns out that our early estimate is $100 million for the police station, for the public safety station, with escalation, with time, as time escalates, with any kind of other kind of inflationary things, that could be $150 million just by itself, probably will be. And so it feels like there's promises being made here that I'm not sure we're going to be able to fulfill on. I'm not sure what scale of bond we're talking about. And I feel like there's a lot of more questions that we need. So I would love to have a process. I'd like to take that $50 million and get that facilities assessment or put some more money with it and make a comprehensive plan to address the issues. Was that, sorry, 50,000. It's late, 11:54. And do some of those things. I know we put some of those things on the back burner in the last surplus budget cycle, the facilities assessment in particular. And I just feel like we need to bring that forward, get a better understanding what the needs are, and then have a comprehensive plan on how to finance it. Thank you.
Can I answer really quickly for that?
Councilmember Willis, do you have any comments?
Yeah, my comments are in terms of I think this is a conversation that shouldn't end tonight. I think at some point we are going to be hitting an impasse between the needs of our infrastructure and some of the things that our community needs and needing to do something like this. And I can understand the quick turnaround. Honestly, yeah, I do think we need more than 2 weeks to do a poll, and I was expecting only to come to one special meeting, not two. And I think Yeah, I think there's a lot that should be fleshed out, but I do think that this is something that we definitely need to eventually do because for as long as that I've been here in my short time, we've always had these various facility needs, but the budget and the revenue has never been there. So how are we going to be able to do that? And yeah, if this is going to have a cost to taxpayers and homeowners too, making sure that there is a general sense of buy-in and community process. I mean, even just on a separate issue, talking about annexing North Richmond a few years back. That was killed because folks didn't like the idea of their property taxes going up through that process. So in this time of inflation, I can see that argument. How are people going to feel right now if they're going to worry about how much they're going to be paying at any given month, especially if they're a homeowner? We do need this does need to seriously be considered. This is something that should be part of like an ongoing strategy as we are talking about a new public safety building, as we are talking about upgrading our fire stations, our community centers. I don't want this conversation to disappear at all because those are ongoing needs. And my honest feeling is every single year, yeah, during our budget season, we have people asking for the MLK Center. We have people asking to upgrade our community centers. We have our staffers who are actually living in some of these fire stations saying that there are issues that need to be repaired, like security, retrofitting, so on and so forth. But we're always doing that thing, squeaky wheel gets the grease. And that's the position I feel like we're in all the time. So even if we don't do this tonight, this is a worthwhile strategy for us to continue to talk about, build on, and even do a community process to get input on, like, if the city were to float a bond, what would be the kind of things that you would want envisioned into it, just doing that process of building some buy-in so we're not in this tug of war or as a strong of a tug of war, because we'll always have some divisiveness. That's just been my experience. Anyways, yeah, I think that this is something that we should definitely be considering. If we don't do it tonight, that's fine, but I think we should look at what are the needs, like through that facility district plan, and then really have a comprehensive idea on like what we should be asking for. So I'll just leave my comments at that on the item.
Okay. I will let Councilmember Cepeda have the final word, and then we'll.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And also the reason that, as I was speaking with other colleagues that I was able to speak with, the reason it's important to try to pass something like this year is because during presidential years is the highest voter turnout. And that is when we have a greater voice of our community coming out to tell us whether this is something they want or not, versus a lower turnout election. You're having fewer people telling the majority of people that didn't vote what their taxes are going to be. So that's one thing. So it's very important. And during election years, or during presidential election years, you have a greater chance at passing such a bond. And also we have options. They don't all have to be, doesn't have to be a bond that goes to where people have to pay their tax and their property tax. We could do the lease revenue bond, as it was mentioned earlier. There was only focus on that in the presentation because that's the one that would impact people, but there are others that are other options that are available to do the bonds. And that could be part of the poll, to say would people accept one over the other. And in terms of prioritizing, if this was to move forward, I would prioritize the library first because they need the money tomorrow. They need the money by November. They need to know that they're going to have it so they can do everything that they've been trying to plan. Otherwise, they need to move forward with just doing the regular updates they're doing now, and they won't have the opportunity to do everything else until who knows when, because you're going to have a project that's moving forward now, they're going to have to stop, and then potentially later on. So something that I mentioned before, let's not shortchange Richmond. Let's at least allow the people to have a vote. And the wording that's on there, that's just the wording for today. If you decide that we want to do the poll and then you decide that we want to move forward with the bond based on the poll numbers, so the poll has to tell us that there's a 2/3 majority of Richmond that want this because that's the threshold. If it doesn't, then we don't even have a special meeting. We could just kill it. But from there, whatever the wording is based on what the city council gives direction on. So this council will give direction on the committee, whatever it is that you want part of that bond. And I
Excuse
know it's
me.
11 o'clock.
Yeah, we need a motion to extend.
Motion to extend? Do we have one?
I'll move to extend, just to have a vote on this.
I'll second.
Okay. Roll call?
Councilmember McLaughlin.
This is on extending, yeah, okay, yes.
Councilmember Robinson.
Yes.
Councilmember Robinson.
Yes.
Councilmember Willis.
Yes.
Councilmember Zepeda.
Yes.
And Mayor Martinez.
Yes.
The motion passes.
All right, now we need a motion and a second.
So I'll make the motion to move forward with the agenda item, especially to do the poll. So that's what this is made for. So if the poll comes back, then we follow all the other steps, but it's about the poll. Thank you.
Is there a second? I'm sorry.
It dies from lack of second.
So thank you. I do want to say it was a good discussion, and I think all of us talked about it needing to be continued to be discussed.
Can I make one comment? And I do feel like what you're bringing forward is really important. We do need to have a comprehensive plan to deal with the fire stations with the public safety ruling. So I wonder if we could not let this ball drop, and actually have like some kind of something that moves forward.
Mayor?
I
if
mean,
may-
City Manager?
Oh, I was just going to suggest to the council that while we're on recess, I'm happy to work with city staff to issue the RFP for the facilities needs assessment. And then we can see what the responses are and how much that costs. And then we can bring that back to the council when that information is available. And then based on that information, it should be about the time you'll be considering unspent funds. And then we could develop a work plan. If that would be helpful.
Yeah.
Can I add something to that?
Oh, certainly,
Could you
yeah.
also, during the recess, not anything comprehensive, but maybe have staff think about what a process might look like, a community process to think about all of the facilities needs and to kind of help us determine the best kind of funding mechanisms. Maybe we could bring things forward and build that consensus that we might need for such a bond measure or some other bond measure that we might do.
Certainly.
Okay. No, I welcome that, and a facility needs assessment, I think, is the first step.
Thank you.
All right, with that,
Yeah, Councilmember Robinson already said that. I didn't want this to disappear. I want it to be part of an ongoing, funding strategy, a lever that we can pull on when we're talking about the needs of the city. That's what I want it to be at the end of the day.
Thank you, Councilmember
So I
Willis.
just,
That's
before
helpful.
we end the meeting, I want us to end the meeting, and I don't know if somebody could help me with the pronunciation. Ms. Adi
Ade Tashanga.
Asayas. Okay, would somebody else say the name for me so we get it right?
I always pronounce it as Ade Tashanga.
Tashanger, okay. And she worked with the Safe Return Project, well-loved member of the community, hardworking. I've seen so much Facebook posting about her, so we send our love and comfort to the family and friends.
Can I share a quick thing about her?
Absolutely.
I'll do it very quickly. Yeah, when I first met Ade, it was actually with Safe Return in coalition with the Racial Justice Coalition, I believe back in 2015. She had just got involved after going through their program, and we were lobbying John Joya actually against the jail expansion. Fast forward to earlier this year, before she passed away, I was actually talking to her, and she went from kind of being very soft-spoken, shy, and timid to this strong lead in running like the DA accountability table and actually getting out to vote during this year's primary election. And I was even just complimenting on how far she came just from that short time that I known her, and even being a huge resident advocate for her neighbors right where they were living at when they were dealing with a bunch of pay or quit notices. I mean, she was an amazing woman. She was a fighter, and she definitely did not mince words when she found something to be unfair in the community. So yeah, seeing these pictures online, I still can't believe she's gone. But yeah, she will be missed, and yeah, all respect to her.
Amen. With that, we are recessed.
See you in a couple months.
Okay.